No, I don't see me, but it's all right. I don't have to.
You're there, Jackie.
I am there?
Yep.
All right.
I click none. We're still not there.
Just give me a couple minutes or a minute or so. Let me just. Make sure that.
Oh, it's better.
Yeah.
Good.
That's because we don't have our screen up.
Okay, Steve, whenever you're ready.
Okay, I'd like to call the Inland Wetlands April 21st meeting to order. It's 7:08 PM. Roll call, Stephen Molinelli, Chair, present. Russ Davenport, Vice Chair.
Present.
Jackie Mulvey, Secretary.
Present.
Christine Hunter.
Here.
Andrea Kowicki.
Present.
Jeff Lippincott.
Here.
Mary Ann Marino.
Present.
And Kurt Timney.
Kurt Timney had emailed and indicated he wouldn't be available tonight.
Absent excused.
Mhm.
Okay, I'd like approval for the minutes for the March 17th, 2021 meeting.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes of March 17th.
As written. Chris, any changes?
No, everything looks fine to me.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second it.
Russ, all in favor?
Aye.
Jackie, you're gonna have to talk, I guess.
In favor.
Okay. Under agenda review, I'd like to put a couple of things on the agenda for either discussion. I'd like to discuss it later on tonight. I think there's an urgency to set up a meeting with the new town manager. And the second thing I'd like to do is, I think we should go before the selectmen, or I should go before the selectmen to submit a letter requesting that the selectmen take immediate action on hiring an agent to accommodate the Inland Wetlands Commission. And the third thing, and this is rather broad, but just to covering the bases, we haven't talked or met with anybody from the sewer department to see if the main sewer surrounding the lake has been compromised to any extent. So I think it might be just a simple meeting with the sewer commission, just to determine that everything is in order and we're on, firm ground in terms of leakage. So that's the only thing I would like to include in the agenda for tonight. Anybody else? Any suggestions?
No, I think those are all pertinent things that we should, as moving ahead as a commission, that we should.
Okay, thank you. All right, first item on the agenda is a public hearing for inland application number 21-11. The applicant is the town of Winchester, the location is Whiting Street, and the proposal is the reconstruction of a 700-foot road. Do we have a representative here?
Good morning, or good evening, I should say. This is Lisa Slonis with Weston Sampson. Raju Vasamseti is going to.
Lisa, before you get started, you're coming in sort of muffled. If you can get closer to your mic.
Oh, sure. Can you hear me better now?
I can. Everybody else?
Yeah, I
Thank
think
you.
you just need to speak up.
Sure. So Raju Vasamseti is also here with me from Weston and Sampson. He's going to be doing the bulk of the presentation. And of course, Bart Clark, who we're working very closely with for the town.
Oh,
Okay, who will present first?
Bart, you want to say something?
Or as you, why don't you just take it and we'll answer questions as it goes along. So.
Sure. Can I get to share my screen?
I just
if
sent you a
get the-
prompt, Raju. I sent you a prompt.
Raju, just for purpose of the minutes, would you please provide your last name also?
It's Raju Wasam Setti. Last name it spells Vasamsetti. I'm a senior project manager with Westland Sampson. We are the design engineers for this project.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm sharing my screen at this point. Can you guys see my screen?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay. So this project is Whiting Street improvements. As seen in this map, this is a wetlands map as provided by the wetland scientist who has delineated the wetland flags on Still River here. 1 second, my cursor is. Okay, so what you see here is Whiting Street is, it goes from north to south. Hollerboard Avenue is right here. That's the northern end of the project limits. And then all the way goes up to South Main Street. That's Route 8. So Whiting Street just goes north to south here. It's right next to Still River. And the blue line you see here, that's the edge of the wetlands as flagged by the soil scientist. And also there is a small portion of a small trib that comes in. So the next one I want to show is a bunch of photos for this project. We have included this as part of the application. So this is the southern end of the project. This is where Whiting Street starts. As you see, there is some sort of like minor unraveling the pavement. The roadway itself will need reconstruction through the whole site. There are like cracks on the roadway. You can see some edge of the pavement unraveling and stuff like that. You can see a puddle right here. Right now, there is like minimal drainage on this roadway. There are some structures, but the proposed roadway will require like more drainage structures to be added and stuff. This is another photo that as we go north, we can see a parking lot here. We can see some low spots, like some sort of issues with the roadway too. With the roadway being in a somewhat deteriorating condition, so it needs some repair. And this is the northern end. As we go north, you can see the parking lot, and then this part. This is where Hollerboard Avenue is, and the entire roadway will be reconstructed. That's what the project is. I'm going to 1 second. Trying to move things here. Also, a part of this project is within a FEMA flood zone. This is a FEMA flood zone A for Still River. This is Hollerboard Ave, and this is the Route 8 intersection. A southern portion is within a FEMA flood zone. We have these elevations here. So as part of the project, when we are doing the proposed improvements, we have run some hydraulic analysis for the stream itself, and we found that our proposed project will have no adverse impacts to any properties or any structures. So I want to go through a few project slides here. These are permit plans which we provided along with the project. This is the southern end of the project. This is where Route 8 is. So as we keep going north is to the right here. As we keep going north, we are doing some minor horizontal and vertical changes to the roadway profile, very, very minimal though. And as we keep going, we are providing new drainage structures. We have done a drainage design, looked at what drainage improvements need to be done. We added a few structures. We added some more pipes. There are some outfalls here. We also looked at the stream slope stability analysis for the actual bank itself. And we found like this portion is the most vulnerable. So we're going to provide some riprap here. The edge of the stream is like around here. So we're going to have very minimal impacts. However, this whole project area is within an upland review area. So this is one of the sheets. I'm going to go to the next sheet now. So as we go further north, we have more drainage structures. We have a speed bump kind of a feature here. This is for the traffic. and we are adding more structures. I mean, all we are doing is adding more structures and realigning some of the drainage, but maintaining the existing drainage patterns where everything comes from the hill and goes into the river. And in the process, we are, providing some riprap splash pads, some outlet protection so that, we're going to minimize the erosion, stuff like that. And the next sheet, the farther northest part of the project, this is where Hollowbird is. We're maintaining the existing patterns here, and all we're doing is changing the catch basin tops. So there are like minimal drainage changes here. We're also going to tie in the existing drainage coming from the American Mural parking lot into our existing drainage here. So when all said and done, we have approximately 1.57 acres of upland review area to be disturbed. However, as far as the direct impacts, they're going to be less than 250 square feet. I think we have numbers in the application that said like 150 square feet of permanent and temporary. And most of the time, it's happening because we are replacing an existing outfall that's already within the wetland or the watercourse area. It's just like these minimal, small areas that we are having some impacts here. As far as water quality, all the catch basins are going to have 2-foot sumps, with the last catch basin having 4-foot sumps. That would help with the sediment deposits. It will be maintained on a periodic basis, as well as the splash pads itself will prevent erosion, and they'll be maintained on a periodic basis too. So we are definitely improving the water quality. Right now there's not much in terms of like sediment accumulating all over the parts of the roadway. We're going to improve this by a lot. So this project will be built in 2 different phases. Let me show the phasing plan pretty quick. So this is part of the plans that we have, a phasing plan here. As part of the first phase, during this year's construction, we're going to build this first 700 feet of roadway. This is the southern end. We're going to do this part of the roadway as well as some drainage structures associated here. And in the next phase, the rest of the roadway will be constructed. So the other few things I want to talk about is and there are also some invasive species along the stream here. Japanese knotweed, we're going to remove those invasive species. And we have sediment erosion control measures through the whole project area, things like silt fences, the catch basin inserts, and all kinds of sediment erosion control measures as part of the details, which we are going to be putting in here so that the contractor is following all the practices. With that being said, I think I covered all the wetlands part of the question, the narrative for this project. So if anybody has any questions.
One thing that needs to be made clear is that the invasive species will be removed in the areas that there's actually work being done. We aren't going to try to remove all the invasive species in that area, just the areas where we're doing work and where it's easy for us to take care of that problem in that area.
Okay, thank you, Bart.
One of the things you indicated was that the catch basins would maintain, and you used the term periodically. That's open-ended. Could you be more specific, and can you tell us who is going to maintain them?
Bart, what's the town schedule?
The highway department has a new sweeper and catch basin cleaning truck. So, and it's the goal of the public works to clean all the catch basins out on an annual basis. Of course, that there's a lot of basins in town, so we're just trying to determine what the capabilities of the plan is, what the equipment is. But all the sensitive catch basins, like up around Highland Lake and along the Still River here, we'll be cleaning out the town-owned catch basins as frequently as we possibly can manage.
Or I had a question for you. You stated that with basically the invasive species, which is primarily the Japanese knot, correct?
The Japanese knotweed and Norway maple.
Right. So the Japanese knot, is that just going to be removed? I mean, there's a lot of it there. So that's just going to be removed in phase 1 of stuff that's around the catch basins where you have to work, or is that along the whole length starting at the southern end to the end of your phase 1?
It's the only place that it's going to be removed is along the shoulder of the road. And in places where we're actually doing excavation, like in the area where the riprap is,
Right.
where, you know,
So basically, there's no additional cutting back of that. It's really whatever is in your work way along the side of the road. But if the knot extends down to the water, which it does, that would be left there, correct?
yes.
You're just cutting back essentially what's in your way.
Yeah, we had to limit the scope of invasive species removal because the Japanese knotweed is present along the entire length of the Still River in this area, or the majority of it, I should say. And the project budget does not allow us to do that extensive of a removal project.
When you say removal of this one, you're just cutting it back, right?
No, in the areas where the riprap is being placed or where excavation is being done, the roots will be removed and disposed of appropriately.
Right, I got you. Okay.
When do you expect to begin this project?
So that we're hoping to be able to get started this summer.
And complete phase one by?
Toward in the fall, if everything goes as according to plan. So
Okay, and you have funding for phase one, but not for phase two, is that correct?
that's correct.
And is there an application in for phase two funding? Is it pending, or you're gonna begin the process, down the road sometime?
It's a future. We don't have any funding applications in for the additional work as yet. There hasn't been any programs available to do this additional work yet. So as soon as we find a program that will allow us to complete the rest of the road, we'll seek that funding.
And if I may, I'd like to just clarify what's part of phase one. Raju mentioned the first 700 feet, and that's the phase one of full depth reconstruction. But phase one also includes the rest of the drainage for the project limits and installation of sidewalk. So just to clarify that, all the drainage is intended to be updated and improved as part of phase one.
If I'm not mistaken, at the last meeting, when we first heard this application, Russ spent a lot of time questioning your engineers regarding areas that were not going to be attended to because they were sort of not on the radar, so to speak. And Russ, you want to revisit that a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, I unfortunately, I know what I'm looking at. I went down to the site and looked at it, and it works. It really is the drainage for the right in here where that arrow is pointing. That's drainage for a large parking lot and a large slope area at 100 Whiting Mills. It works. It's there. It's unfortunate that it's not part of a scope of an upgrade. I mean, you have to really say that, all of the, Lisa's statement about it, all this is being upgraded is with the exception of that. I understand it just doesn't seem to be in the scope of this. It's unfortunate that you're upgrading everything else and leaving the one, the one alone.
The biggest issue that we had with replacing that is that it's a private drainage structure in town property, in the town road.
But you're saying across the town road though? I mean, if you're digging up the road yes, there's the private part that comes from Whiting Mills, but the lower part is the town owned, correct?
No.
Okay.
No. There's no town property or road drainage from Whiting Street that's entering that drainage system at this point.
So the new catch basins that are putting on, those are owned essentially or to be maintained by the town, correct?
Correct.
Whereas in theory, this other catch basin run through the river is privately owned.
As best as we can determine, because the deeds and surveys are a little iffy. They don't really have a really clear idea.
What's there works. I mean, I understand where you are with it. And at a time when if Whiting Mills, the owners of Whiting Mills are gonna repave their driveway, we can address their catch basins that go into that, which are functioning. I don't know when they've been cleaned, but we can address that at that time, I think.
Was there any effort made to reach out to whomever the owners of these catch basins might be to see if they would give you permission to do some work with them?
Well, during the public involvement process with the planning board, we had several meetings and talked to the owners about the drainage system and, you know, where the ownership appeared to be entirely within the American Mural Project and the and Whiting Mills. Both of those properties seem to be the owners of that drainage system. So we did talk a lot to the owners about that, so that they are aware of, you know, both the work that's being happening in Whiting Street and the condition of the pipes, as you know, as best we can determine. So
Yeah, I don't have any, you know, further questions with that. I see what's under the scope and what's not, and at least there are catch basins that do function for that upper parking lot. That parking lot is not, you know, it's not paved, so it does function as it's intended at this point.
Any other commissioners have any concerns, questions? Pam, anything?
No, I would report that, I just want to, for the record, that it was published in the Republican American, the legal ad was published on the April 12th and April 16th. We've received certificates of mail showing the neighbor or the abutting properties within 100 feet have been provided notice of this public hearing. You just, whenever you're ready, Steve, you can open up the
Yeah,
hearing.
I guess if the commissioners are silent, then
You know,
if there's anybody, go ahead,
I'm
Russ.
sorry,
I'm
Steve,
sorry.
I just had one more comment to make. I guess it's just a general statement in reference to the Japanese knot, that, you know, it's something, they're gonna pull that out. Anybody that's had this knot on their property knows, I mean, you can pull a bunch of it out and it will come back. That's maybe something, I don't know if it's out of the scope of this commission, but it should just possibly maintained and cut back as you would cut back once or twice a year. I don't know, hay in a field that you would mow down the sides of your field once a year just to keep it kind of growing back, because it will just continue. It has a perfect water source that it'll continue to grow. But it's maybe something we can talk to the town about, of once or twice a year of just cutting it back or removing it, because it's just so invasive. I don't.
in the past couple of years, the Public Works has been cutting down the knotweed on a regular basis, where the town right of way abutted the areas where the knotweed was growing. So we are trying to step up a little bit to try to improve the management of that.
Yeah.
But as you say, just cutting it is
Cosmetic.
just managing the cosmetic.
Yeah, well, it isn't the word. At least it's management. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's something. Leaving it to go wild is the worst thing you can do with it. But that's something we can address potentially with the town in the future.
Anything else before we open up the public meeting to the public? All right,
No.
Pam, you can let anybody in if they so desire.
Okay, so anyone who, you all have the ability to unmute yourselves, so anyone who wants to ask a question, now is the time, or make a comment.
I thought I see maybe Paula there speaking, but she's muted, so I don't know.
She has the ability to unmute if she wanted to.
Okay, there she is.
I'm unmuting. Okay, thank you. I know, I thought I was talking and no one
Yeah,
heard
I
me.
saw you there, so I just want to know.
Thank you. So when do you really believe that the paving will start? You know, I know they put it out to bid, but when do you think all of the paving will start?
So, just for procedure, all the questions should be directed to the chairman, and the chairman will funnel them through to the appropriate.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Sorry, no, that's all right. It's different.
Pam,
when
I'm
we're
not going to
after-
repeat your question, but I will forward it. So just please state your question.
When do you believe that
Well,
when do you believe the paving will start on the street itself?
Who wants to be the spokesperson to respond, or you want to just jump in? Whoever
I'll-
responds, just say who you are. That's all.
This is Bart Clark from the Department of Public Works.
Thank you.
The intent is the first 700 feet of road will be paved this year with this construction season. And the rest of the road will have to be paved in the future once we get additional funding for the road.
So do you feel it'll start this summer, Bart, or later?
We certainly hope it'll start this summer.
Okay. I have a lot of residents that have been asking, you know, they're all nervous about parking and the street. And we ourselves are going to be involved in a big project, hopefully before the summer. We're replacing our roof. And we're going to have to take up some of the street, you know, with dumpsters and other equipment.
Yeah,
Bart, is it
we'll have to-
possible, should both your concerns, your project and the one just articulated, if they overlap, can something be worked out to make it happen smoothly?
We'd certainly have to, coordinate with Paula to make sure that everybody maintains access, through Whiting Street, at least have one point of access to get out.
Okay, because people are not going to be able to park in front of the street during the construction. So we're removing all the cars and they're going to have to go into their parking spaces. Now, I know the first 700 feet entails some of our parking, right? Because it goes right
No.
up to,
No, the first 700 feet is all on the southern end of the project. The portion of the project that will impact the Whiting Mills is the construction of the sidewalk. Not
Okay.
Whiting, in front is Whiting Mills, and it goes over to the Still
that's
River
on the other side.
Apartments.
Okay.
Right.
Okay, that's great. I'll let you know when that's happening so that you'll know, you know. So we'll
Yes,
cover
thank
our
you.
bases. Thank you.
Anybody else from the public who would like to put their 2 cents in, so to speak?
Yep, Sandy Evans. I'm not on video. I'm only on voice.
Okay,
Just had a couple of questions. So with the catch basins on the street, one would assume that they're discharging into the river. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And if they are, is there any adverse effect on the quality of the water from the road salt?
I would say no, because most of the catch basins are going to have deep sumps. I mean, compared to existing, the proposed improvements are going to be very significant. Right now, everything's either sits on the road itself or has minimum passage into the actual river itself. With the proposed catch basins having deep sumps, it takes a while for them to get filled up, and they will be maintained on a frequent basis. So I would say we're definitely improving the water quality going into the river.
Okay.
And the salt itself will also, while it won't settle out in the basins, because it's soluble material, the better we get Whiting Street, the better condition that is, the less salt we have to use. So that's really the goal. One of the goals of the project. If we reduce the amount of salt, it'll improve reduce the amount of salt that's being discharged into the river.
Okay. Question number 2, is there any thought of skim coating the balance of Whiting Street as you did this past year on the southern end?
No, not this
The
year.
full
no.
paving, but skim coating it as you did down below.
Not this year.
And will there be any repairs to all of the potholes and whatever that have occurred on Whiting Street and all the cracks and whatever?
Well, the road crew is out there repairing the worst of the potholes and everything right now, and hopefully they'll get to the less dire situations like on Whiting Street soon. You know, they do have a number of streets that they're paying attention to first, because there are some areas that are much worse than Whiting Street.
That's true. And then lastly, you talked about private catch basins, and this probably isn't the right time to bring this up, so maybe it's something that should be waylaid till the next portion. But we had that issue in the road this year with the pipe that goes under the road. And the letter we had gotten from the Public Works Department was that they were not necessarily responsible for it, and yet it's the town that paved over and paved over and paved over that pipe that's certainly underneath. So when we do the next phase, which of course you're not ready for, hopefully we can address that and fix it without a hassle. I don't necessarily think that should be the responsibility of Whiting Mills to do.
Well, like you say, that's a different conversation for a different forum.
Right. I just wanted to go on the record as stating it.
And so you're referring to the catch basin that I was referring to, where the pipe that goes underneath the road, it drains the parking area of Whiting Mills. Right.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand that.
Are you referring to the piping that goes underneath the road at the, in a sense, the entrance to the parking of Whiting Mills, which is on this road? You take, if you're going north towards Harbor Avenue, the last, in a sense, right, you go up into Whiting Mills, into the upper parking area. There's catch basins in that upper parking area that then go into a pipe that goes underneath the road that they're going to pave over it, and then out into the Still River. Is that
Yeah,
what
I think it's the pipe, and it was one where the road was sinking because the pipe was broken or something. And I know that Public Works had done some work on it and tried to clear it out. But is that catch basin across the street from our building? Is that what you're considering a private catch basin? What makes something a private catch basin?
my understanding was just the private catch basins were up on, in a sense, the corner of the, I saw one up on the corner of your parking lot on Whiting Mills property.
That's correct. And we did clear it out as you suggested, and
right.
I think that's not an issue with that at the moment. I'm really talking about the one on Whiting Street.
Yeah, I can't comment on that. There isn't, in my mind, there's not a lower one that.
Russ, I think Bart wanted to comment on that.
Was that?
I think Bart wanted to comment.
Okay.
It might be worth sharing a little history of the property in Whiting Street to explain some of the reasons why there's public and private utilities within the street itself. And all the properties on both sides of Whiting Street were owned by Winstead Hosiery Company. And at some point in time in the 50s, once the Winstead Hosiery Company dedicated the road to the town. And the buildings on both sides of the street, of course, being owned by the same company, had pipes going from one building to the other, both for steam heat, for water, for sewers and drainage. So there's quite a spaghetti of a mess of different utilities and pipes that go underneath of Whiting Street. And so it's difficult to straighten out whose responsibility is what, but from the Public Works point of view, anything that serves to drain the pavements you know, the immediate pavement of the road, that's public, that's public property. Anything that doesn't immediately drain the road itself is private property, unless there is a specific easement or permit that's been issued that provides different rights than what would normally be considered as public and private. So.
Okay, thank you,
Okay.
Bart. From the public, is there anybody else who would like to volunteer a question or a concern? Hearing none, can I have a motion to please close the public hearing?
I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
I'll second it.
Okay. All in favor of closing the public hearing, just raise your hands. Jackie? Okay. All right, public hearing is closed at this point, and we'd like to move on to the next item on the agenda. It's another public hearing, and it's inland wetlands application 20-62. And my notes indicate that the applicant, Sherwin Dawson, has asked that it be continued to May 19th, 2021. Is that accurate, Pam?
You know, I'm not sure if his engineer had, give me a second. It was, you know, I had saw an opinion from Nelligan about whether or not yes, he does want it continued.
Okay.
Yep.
So you have something in writing that asks that it be continued.
I do. I have an email. Yep.
And how long can he continue? When does he run out of time?
Well, with the governor's executive order, there was, you know, an extra 90 days
Okay.
added to the entire, you know, all of the continuance. So a net of 155 days.
Okay,
to
so that's not
normal.
a concern.
No.
So
So the
So-
next meeting is May 19th.
May 19th, not June. I'm
Yep.
sorry. Thank you. Do we need a motion to that effect?
No, it's carried on the agenda. You haven't opened the public hearing yet.
Okay. Next item on the agenda is application 21-09. The owner is Michael Gonzalez and Desiree Conclavas. I have a note here on my agenda that they've requested to continue to the May 19th meeting. Is that accurate?
Yes, they don't have what they need either. So all of these are looking for continuances.
We'll continue to May 19th. And the last one, 21-10, the applicant is the Becker family and the Ward family, and they've
Yes.
asked to continue also.
Yep, same situation.
Okay, thank you. All right, that concludes the public hearing portion of our meeting. Under old business, the first application is inland wetlands 21-11. The applicant owner is the town of Winchester. The location is Whiting Street, and it's the reconstruction of 700 feet of road. From the applicant's point of view, is there anything you'd like to add to any information we've received at the last?
You can't. The public hearing's closed, so it's really just the discussion
Just the
is left.
vote?
Just,
the vote?
yeah, and consideration by the commission.
If
Okay,
this project is already bonded, essentially, is this project already have, I would imagine, a series of bonds through the town for this, or do we require additional bondage?
You don't typically require a bond
I
for,
didn't think so. I just wanted to
yeah.
clarify that with anybody.
okay, I was thinking about that also. Thank you, Russ. Is there anybody would like to make a motion to approve application 21-11 for the Whiting Street construction of a 700-foot portion of road?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to approve application 20-21, town of Winchester's, the application location is Whiting Street to reconstruct 700 feet of road.
Is that the correct number, Russ? I have 21-11.
Yeah, that's,
Well, I might not have said that, but I thought I did.
Oh, okay.
Well, I don't know what I said now.
It's application 21-11, correct, Pam?
Yes.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Christine Hunter, all those in favor? Appears to be unanimous.
Got it.
Paula,
Thanks.
you can't vote. All right, thank you. And to the Bart and your committee and everybody else, I think it was a very thorough presentation, a lot of detail, a lot of concerns that the public had and that we had were answered to everybody's satisfaction, is my sense. And let's hope this phase 2 begins as soon as this one is near completed or completed. And thank you again.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you for the approval. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, application 20-58, the owner is Sean Stanzali. It's 504 East Wakefield Boulevard. And the proposal is a boat lift, jet ski lift, and swim float.
Yes, hello, and I think my engineer, Mike, is on as well. This is Sean Stanziel, 504 East Wakefield Boulevard.
I'm here too, Brooke Stanziel. Same
Okay,
address.
thank you. Who wants to go first?
I'll go
Mike.
first. This is Michael Sherman speaking. I'm licensed professional engineer in the state of Connecticut. Sean has retained my services to help him out with the site plan here on this job. I'd like to start off with trying to answer some questions that were brought up at the last meeting during the public hearing by the commission. They were questioning the littoral boundaries that we showed, and if Pam could allow me screen sharing, I'll bring up.
You
the
got a
survey.
prompt? Do you see it? Or
I see the little green arrow. Okay, now I gotta pick the right window. There we go.
there you go.
All right, after you questioned the littoral boundaries, the surveyor took another look at it and he sent us this plan. And if you remember correctly, he had just extended the original property line, and this littoral boundary went across at an angle that almost formed a triangle with the other littoral boundary. He has since, you're looking at his map. Let me give you the title block on it so we know what we're looking at. The zoning location survey, property of Sean Stanziali, 504 East Wakefield, prepared by Timothy Wiley Jr. And so in the map that's in front of you on my site plan, the littoral boundary is shown going through the existing dock. And now he has revised them by using the code method, the COVE method. This is, I have to go to note 9 here. The approximate littoral boundary lines shown are based on the COVE method as described in the Town of Winchester bylaws and ordinances, section 162. And to show you how he did this, what he did was he took the point of concavity of the cove that Sean's resident is in on both sides, drew a straight line across it, and drew a line perpendicular from his property boundary on the lake edge to that cove method baseline, which he points out here with a little blue arrow. What this gives us is a littoral boundary that is not 10 feet away from the existing dock, but it's better than it was before, because before I went right through the existing concrete stone jetty that was shown right here. So I just want to remind you that we weren't asking to put in a new dock at the time. We were just showing you what was there just for the record. as you are to come in and you're to review this site. But after your concern of the length of the existing dock, which was at 58 feet, Sean would like to bring his dock into compliance and shorten it so that it's only 40 feet from the water's edge here. You see the 40-foot here? So he's going to bring in the 10 by 10 end of the dock, and he's going to shorten the 4-foot connector down to about 9.8 feet, I think. Well, the surveyor has them drawn here. And the other thing that Sean was asking to do is he wanted to relocate his boat lift. And it was previously here. I'm going to go to the site plan. Now, this site plan isn't exactly what you have in front of you because I revised the littoral lines and put in the new dock configuration. Let me just... So if you look at Mr. Hand here, he's on the existing boat lift shown in the site plan. Sean would just like to move it over here and put it up against the dock.
Mike, can you blow it up just a little bit? Like, we don't need to see the rest of the lot. Just blow it up so we focus on the dock.
Here we go. Is that better?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, and Sean would like to install a new jet ski lift against the seawall here and install a swim float. And this swim float is an inflatable float. It's 15 feet wide, which is allowed in the ordinance. And what I've done on this plan here is I've recalculated the dock ordinance numbers here, where before he had 314 square feet of dock. With him shortening the dock, it reduces it down to 229. And the shoreline width for versus aggregate dock width, he was at 18% before. By adding the swim float and moving the boat lift, it will increase it up to 35 feet, which will give him 46% of coverage where he's allowed 50. He's not going to change the dock material. It was aluminum dock supported by steel posts. And so that will stay the same. So this is what we've done in an effort to bring the site more into compliance with the dock ordinance. And that's about it. Sean, would you like to add anything?
Yes, when I purchased the home, obviously I was not aware that the length wasn't in compliance. So, I'm doing everything in my best effort to meet all the requirements of the town. And by shortening it, hopefully that will suffice. That's that.
Mike, would you go back to the picture, the first one you put up that was less detailed than the one that's on the screen now? This one.
Yes.
You're saying you're shortening the dock. If the existing, how far out does the existing concrete pier go now from land?
Oh, we're not shortening the concrete pier. That's remaining the same.
So how, you answer the question though, how far out does that go?
I had to switch plans for you. That's 22 feet.
Okay, so now you're going beyond the 22 feet, another 40 feet, correct?
That was the original plan that we put in front of you. We aren't, this is where the existing dock is today. When Sean bought the property, that's where the dock was out to. So we were putting that in under his existing conditions. What we're doing now is removing sections of the existing dock to shorten it so that it's 40 feet from the edge of the water or the beginning of the existing concrete and stone jetty.
So it's approximately 18 feet beyond the stone jetty? Is that fair to
Yes.
say?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And now you're attempting to relocate the boat lift?
Yes.
Okay. Is there an application or on file where there was a boat lift and a aluminum dock that existed prior to the request?
I don't think there was, and I think that's what was part of the confusion at our last meeting.
Okay, so
That-
this, what you're saying then is that the boat lift and whatever aluminum dock was in the water illegally. There was no application for it.
I can't say that it was in illegally. I don't know when it was installed. If it was installed before 1993,
Well,
it's
let's,
legal, but
okay, that's not accurate. It wasn't installed before 1992 or 3, that's for sure. So we're going on the premise that it was in the water without an application or a permit on file. And now you're asking permission, basically, to put it in the water under the guise of an application and then ultimately approval, correct?
well, I was kind of looking at this more as we were just going to get what he had out there registered. I thought it was a goal of this commission was to get everybody's dock configuration registered at some point around the lake.
Well,
And
if
so-
there was no permit for the boat lift and the dock, it couldn't have been registered in the past because it wasn't permitted.
But aren't you just bringing this into compliance now by shortening it to the 40 feet?
That's
The
what-
only,
that's
the
what
only
we're-
place I see where you're out of compliance is the 10 feet next to the littoral border, but you certainly can't move the jetty for that. But Steve, I think there was 2 16-foot sections of dock on top of that 22 feet of jetty before.
Going out
Yes,
wooden
it
dock,
said
wooden
around
dock.
58 feet.
Okay,
all the way
whatever,
out.
it was going out like 50 or 55 feet if I recall. So it sounds to me like they're just bringing it into the 40-foot compliant requirements.
Well,
Okay.
yeah, but they will need an exception on the 10-foot littoral boundary,
Okay,
which we as a commission can give them. I'm hoping the neighbors don't have an issue with it. I don't know if any of the neighbors are here.
didn't
tonight.
Mr. Pollock speak about this last
He
month?
did.
He did.
I
He
think he
did,
was
and he
in
said he
favor of it, if
didn't
I
have a
recall.
problem with the location of that dock.
Did I look it up in the minutes, maybe?
No, he did.
Okay.
He has a
He did.
letter.
Can we look at the one with the green again? It's a little easier to look at what's being proposed.
Mike,
Yes,
well, Mary Ann is looking at that. You use the littoral cove method. Did you go out to the 2 points? In other words, the point at the end of Wheeler's Point and the point at the end of, I guess would be property 346 or something, or 446?
I don't
And
know
use
what the
those
numbers
2
are of these
points?
properties,
Pardon?
but this is a sketch of how Tim came upon, he came upon the cove method.
So where your pointer is, that would be Wheeler's Point. If
Okay,
that- And then the other one would be 446, I believe, as another point.
yeah, we'd have to get on the GIS to find that out.
No, that's, I think that's fairly accurate. And those were the 2 apexes of where he determined the littoral boundary from, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
Pam, do we include the swim float, right, in the calculation of the amount of coverage, right?
Yes,
So we've got 20, 32.
except it looks like the swim flow overlaps the jet ski lift in terms of coverage.
Right, so is that was my question. Does
Yeah,
it-
no, you don't like count them right? The swim flow is 15. Mike, what were your numbers again? 15, 10, 25, 35?
it was 35, 10
It
and
looks-
10
Yeah.
and
It looks
15.
like 35, yeah,
Yeah.
okay. All right,
And what about the width of the concrete jetty going out?
well, it's within the 10 feet.
No, that's counted as part of the of coverage.
That's counted under this dimension right here.
Yeah,
You
it's
see-
Okay.
see here?
included within the
includes that.
10-foot float.
Okay, so that's the 4 foot and and so that the rectangle at the end is really 6 additional feet beyond the width of the walkout, the dock.
Yes, looks like it's
Okay.
the
For his,
walkout's 4 and then 10.
And the boat lift, so it's 10, 20, 35, and then the jet ski.
Well, that's, the jet ski is only 11 feet wide and it's directly behind the swim float, so the swim float covers it.
That doesn't matter.
That's what Pam was saying earlier, Steve, that if they're on the same trajectory and they have the same center point, then you count the widest one of the two.
And they do, Mike? They do? They're
I don't
directly,
think that's right.
That's got to be a first that in 15 years or 12 years that I've been around.
no, I'm asking, Mike, because you know, the swim float, is the jet ski lift directly behind?
Well, I
the-
suppose you could paddle around out in the water here
No,
and find
no.
an angle that you can look through.
No, no, but as an engineer, is it? I mean, like, is that how you measured it? Did you?
Yes, because you draw a perpendicular line from the edge of the swimsuit. This swimsuit float shown on Tim's drawing is only 10 feet wide. So let me go to our plan where that one's
There you
15
go.
feet wide.
There you
and
go.
You can see how it
Yep.
covers it.
Yep.
Those are two separate.
Oh, they're definitely separate, yes.
I don't think we've ever not counted them as separate before.
I mean, let's put it this way. If there's a swim float at the end of a dock, you know, you don't, you know, and it's at the end of the dock, you don't count it separately. So if you were to take that jet ski lift and draw it, you know, imagine it being a dock, you know, it's the same concept. I don't know that the ordinance,
But
you know.
a swim float attached to the end of a dock is attached to it on a permanent basis. A swim float in itself, a trampoline or whatever, has movement to it. And there are times when it'll be in line and there are times where it won't be in line.
Unless you put two anchors on it, then you can keep it in one place, but that's true.
You could always, you know, obviously it's up to the commission, but you could condition an approval that the swim float is to remain directly in front of the jet ski lift. So as to avoid any kind of creeping it, you know, into coverage. If you're inclined, you know, it's the commission's call.
I think the key is not having too long of an anchor rope, so it doesn't move that much.
They all move.
I think they even mentioned that in the ordinance, that it can't swing out so that it's more than 50 feet out from the water. And they mentioned making sure that your dock chain length is not too long so that that happens.
You know, I think it's pushing the envelope pretty far in terms of the application of counting it as only one 10-foot or 12-foot section of accountability, so to speak. It really is. And it almost creates a swimming area, which is something that the commission also frowns upon.
We're counting the swim float and not as its own, in a sense, entity.
Right.
According to this, I feel like I haven't seen this before.
No, I said we've never seen it before.
I'm confused.
It's a separate.
I thought swim floats were allowed.
They are allowed, but they
It's the
count
50
as footage.
Yeah, it's the 50%.
So how much are we over with that? If we have the, if we count,
You're over the 50%.
if we include the swim float.
Yeah. Like if it's separate, yeah.
Like I said, I just don't feel like we've always included the swim float as its own square footage, correct?
Right. No matter where it's positioned. And Pam's point that if it was a swim dock, it would be attached to something permanent and the aggregate width of the dock would be then counted, and not necessarily the 4-foot walkout part. And we would count that also. The 4-foot walkout would be counted and the additional footage.
So before, the applicant may want to consider a continuance so that he can, reflect on whether or not he'd want to lose the trampoline or the jet ski lift. Would he want to relocate the jet ski lift? Unless he knows right now. But, rather than deny, Sean, are you prepared to,
Here, I can't see anybody.
He was here, he heard us.
I'd just like to read out the aggregate width out of the ordinance. The aggregate width is measured parallel to the shorefront of all structures, objects together per property, including those not attached to shore, shall not exceed 50% of the property's shorefront or maximum of 50 linear feet, which is less. Property having a shorefront of 250 feet may not be allowed as a maximum coverage of 70 linear feet. In my mind, the aggregate length is things that block your view of the shore. And I saw the swim float as blocking your view of the shore, also blocking your view of that ski lift. And it's being 15 feet wide. It is wider than the ski lift, so it should block the view. I think if you're really concerned about that, we should just ask Sean to put in 2 anchors on the swim float and keep it from moving around.
It's a separate structure, no, it says separate structures.
Mike, you're making reference to the ordinance as it proposed to a view issue. And we're not talking about a view issue, we're talking about a usage issue.
that's why I stopped to share and I pulled up what he's talking about right here.
What page is that, Pam? It's number 7. I have my,
Page 3 of 9.
yeah, I see it.
Yep.
Well, it's just like you wouldn't count the 4-foot walkway out to the 10 by 10 end of the dock. You count the 10 by 10 end of the dock.
Right.
It's
Because
the
they're
same
part of
idea
each
by
other.
that.
Because they're part of each other. These are 2 separate entities. You know what, we're debating something that I don't know if it has to be debated. You have a choice to leave it in, and we have a choice to vote for approval or disapproval,
Or continue.
or continue.
Sean, what would you like to do?
I guess if I have to remove the jet ski dock, I don't know that I have, I don't know that we can determine that definition, being that I guess we'd be debating the connection as the requirement, which I guess I don't have, if connection, if it said that it had to connect, then we would understand that, but it does say that it has to be in that kind of congruent line. I feel like that we met that requirement. So I totally understand. I'm losing a bunch in this situation. So I guess if I have to give up the jet ski dock, I'll have to do that then.
If he moved that jet ski boat lift, the jet ski lift next to the jetty, that would suffice, wouldn't it? Because that would be behind only
That's
additional
what I was
6
just
feet.
thinking.
No, in the past, having stated that, in the past, every object in the water stood on its own validity in terms of footage. If it was in the water, we counted it as footage toward the 50% rule.
See, Steve, I'm not sure, like, because you get boat lifts that abut docks all the time and a swim float. And so part of that boat lift, say it's a 12-foot wide boat lift and some of it falls behind the swim float, you're not counting, okay, 12 feet for the, it's only, and it was, because, what's his name? Leroy Emerthal had a lot of stuff between the two properties. And I remember we being staff, had drawn perpendicular lines from the shore out to the furthest point so that we came up with a sum of the width of his structures. Like we did that, but we didn't do the structures separately. We drew a perpendicular line from the shorefront. And, so like I said, if the boat lift like it had overlapped, a 12 by 12 swim float, that was how we did it.
I wasn't part of that. I had to recuse myself, so I can't opinion on that.
I mean, that's just one that, I remember as I'm looking, when I look at them, if it's behind it, you're drawing a perpendicular line from the total structure. You're not taking them separately.
What we've always
50% of the total frontage, lake frontage. So, if you have 60 feet of lake frontage, you can have up to 30 feet of coverage in whatever form that takes.
Yeah, but the applicant is proposing to have two coverages create only one coverage space.
Yeah, that is what he's proposing, but it's the same thing against a dock. You know what I mean? Like, what if
Again,
it's the same thing with a swim float and a dock? If it's a 10 by 10 swim float at the end of a 6 foot wide dock, that counts for 10 feet of coverage, not 16.
But
right?
it's attached to the dock. That's the difference.
What's that?
It's attached to the dock.
Right. So it's a little unique in the fact that, yes, this is different, and I don't know that we've seen this before. So
Yeah,
No, we haven't.
I would be inclined that it does count as coverage.
But as far as Jeff's point, that if he were to attach it to the dock, you wouldn't be. That's what I meant. Yeah.
I don't know, would you be open to that, Sean?
If that's my option, that's a better option than what I'm currently being offered. So yes, I mean, it certainly, my goal is to make my property as conforming as possible. So if that would make the board happy, I would be willing to meet that requirement.
Could we do that as a condition of approval?
Steve, what's your thoughts? See the wheels turning.
It's been pretty black and white up until now. It really has been. I think it's a creative way to double the space of utilization without counting double. And I'm not sure if we brought it to legal counsel, they would interpret the ordinance the way Mike and Mr. Spaziali interpret it.
Can we do that?
Do you want to continue the application?
What about if it's moved?
Say you want to continue the application and ask Kevin for a legal opinion on this?
Yeah. Yep. I mean, if they want to. Because, I mean, you're saying that you're not sure even if you were to take the jet ski lift and put it over on the jetty?
I'm saying that in the past, we've always counted whatever is in the water.
The way it's currently proposed, I'll definitely be asking for an opinion on that, just because.
Yeah, that's my point.
So we don't get to this point and have this question again. But
again and again and again, because everybody will now ask for lots of other things because one is in front of the other.
Yeah.
I think that would be difficult to enforce. You're saying, oh, well, you've got to note where every single one of these structures is, and it has to be anchored, and it's got to be in front. But what if it gets moved over?
Right. It's a fluid
It's
situation up
fluid
there.
And you know, once we get caught with precedent setting for this, you know, every application will have some kind of nuance that creates some ambiguity that the ordinance was pretty silent on in the past.
Sure.
Well, let's get an opinion then. Let's have Kevin look at it.
Sean, I don't think there's a sense of urgency to get a decision tonight, only because, you know, we're in April. Not much is going to go on before the May meeting in the water in reality. So are you?
Well, I mean, I'm a new homeowner, so I'm so excited about using the lake that theoretically I don't have dock rights right now. So, you know, I'm a rule follower, so you know, I would be wakeboarding this weekend with my son in a wetsuit if I have the option to put my dock in the water. So I don't want to give up the world over it, but I feel like if I did what Steve said by connecting the jet ski dock to the jetty, I don't see how that's any different than.
Steve didn't say that.
That was me. That was Jeff, Sean.
Steve didn't say
Jeff,
that.
I'm sorry, Jeff. I'm sorry, Jeff.
Thank you for the suggestion.
So if Jeff suggests, I mean, I don't see how that's any different than the boat lift, because it is connected in, if we're making the decision that the dock needs to be connected to not be creative, I feel like if we take that swim platform and it stands on its own, we'd really be doing 10 foot from dock, 10 foot from boat lift, and 15 foot from swim float. And that would put me under the 50% mark. And the jet ski dock, if it was connected to the jetty, would meet that requirement. I think and I don't think that would be any special way of turning it for me. It would, in any situation.
I think the issue here, John, is it's precedent setting. And we don't want to correct me if I'm wrong, Steve, but we don't want to make a mistake on the first one.
No. And the question I had to Pam is, can we, from our perspective, continue this pending a legal opinion? Or are we forced, if the applicant wants, for us to take a vote?
Or could we approve it without the jet ski and just make that an exception for next meeting?
It's not the jet ski, it's the jet ski in the water. It's the jet ski swim float. It's the combination of that.
Well, it sounds like Sean's willing to take the jet ski out if they're both not approved. So could we approve just the boat dock and boat lift so we could ski this over the next
That's
month?
what you had done the last meeting. You
Thought-
separated it out. You approved part of it and continued.
Well, the last
This.
meeting, we approved the house part of the application,
yep,
and we
the site.
separated this out.
Yep.
I would greatly appreciate that if that's an option.
I would as well, and so would our children.
Well, one option would be just to get the jet ski. One option still would be, it may not be the best one for the owner, but one to move everything ahead. We could get, if you're willing to get rid of the jet ski lift completely, right? Then we could move ahead with approving the rest of this, correct?
Or not approve that until we get the ruling from Kevin.
Right.
Or approve the dock, the jet ski, the swim float, and ask the applicant to come back with a modification to include a swim float if Kevin Nelligan so deems it acceptable.
So the swim float or the jet ski lift probably is what you would eliminate to begin with, I'm guessing.
If I had the choice, I would like to eliminate the jet ski dock at this point if I had that option, because I don't have that.
So why don't we just approve it based on no jet ski lift, and so we get an opinion from Kevin?
That's fine.
Get rid of the jet ski lift for now, and if he wants to come back and apply for a permit for a jet ski lift,
Pam, would it be a modification that we could rule on immediately?
Yeah.
So it would be a modification of one, one-shot deal and,
So you can put everything in but the jet ski lift. See what happens, see what Kevin says.
I would greatly appreciate it.
okay, from the commission's point of view, are there any other issues that are outstanding that you feel we missed in this discussion, or you have any strong opinion on whether or not you want to, well, he's going to withdraw the jet ski from the application. So it's only going to read, install a 10 by 40 dock and a 10 by 12 boat lift. No, I'm sorry. I'm
So
reading.
I have a
I'm at the wrong
question,
place.
Steve. He mentioned he's a new homeowner. So what's the condition of the jetty? Does that need repair? Is it in good condition? Will it?
I think that issue was
substantially-
addressed previously. And we had a rather lengthy discussion that it really went beyond maintenance of it.
Okay.
But.
And we're
it is
not
what it
gonna-
is At this
okay.
point.
All right.
All right, Jeff, you want to make a?
Sure.
Good.
Make a motion to accept IWWC 20-58.
Jeff, approve.
Motion to approve, Jeff.
Motion to approve.
Yep.
Okay. The boat lift and swim float only and not the jet ski lift
Doc,
at this time.
And the
Based
dock.
on the evidence presented in the diagram.
Yes.
Do we need to state in the motion that we're making an exception about the distance between the dock and the littoral boundary?
You had a public hearing on this.
Okay.
So
that
once we have the public hearing, that allows us to sort of overlook or waive the
No,
restrictions of the littoral boundary issue.
No, not really, because. Not really, no.
But for the motion, I don't think, I would agree with Steve, it doesn't need to be made, right? Any clarification of that does not need to be made right now because we had a public hearing on it. Correct?
Except that,
The littoral boundary was drawn differently.
yeah,
The
yeah,
public
you know,
hearing.
you have a, a revised site plan before you.
That could just be, I guess this is to Jeff, one of the conditions of the approval, right? That it's noted. Is that how we phrase this? So it should be reflected in that?
No, you should really have a public hearing for May. I'm sorry.
So because of the littoral boundary area, we
Yes.
go back for another public hearing because this is
Yes.
deemed a separate, a new application.
Well, it's not considered a new application. It was, the application was separated. I'm sorry, but yeah, because it's because the dock falls within the 10-foot littoral boundary and it's a revised site plan. You had approved his site work at the last meeting after the public hearing. All of these items were discussed in the public hearing, but this is a revised site plan. And so the public hearing you should have a public hearing.
On the waterfront issues only.
Because that's what the ordinance says, yep. That's what you're talking about, right, Marianne?
Yes.
Well,
We
but
have
that's a
already
ruling
heard
from
the
Kevin
neighbor
too.
with this, correct?
What's
Say that
that?
again?
We've already heard from the neighbor about this.
It doesn't matter.
Emily, or no?
It doesn't matter.
Well, then I think that we should just table it till we get the public hearing and we get an answer from Kevin what the
'Cause he-
ruling
right.
truly is, and then finish it next month.
Yep, he may end up with exactly what he wants, depending on the ruling from Kevin, and because.
Right.
Yep,
I don't
so-
think anyone has an objection to giving him what he wants if it's within
If
the
right.
guidelines of the
Yep,
ordinance.
if you're authorized to do it, you're just not authorized to give variances, you gotta follow the ordinance. So,
We're trying to push this through, Sean,
Yeah.
but there's
I
just too
appreciate
many,
it.
there's just too many roadblocks here.
yeah,
Understood.
yep, sorry.
Got two issues now, so.
So,
Move to a public hearing at this
So-
point.
so on the record, we're gonna say that we're in person for May 19th at 7. So we want, so the meeting, so if you want to include that in your motion for a public hearing on May 19th at 7 PM at Town Hall. Everyone's got to wear masks, but we can sit right on top of each other. Because that's going to be the new, we won't have to maintain the 6-foot distance from, at least as Steve Williams has learned, so.
Pam, and the reason for the public hearing would not be public interest? Or would it be?
What's that?
The reason for the public hearing?
It's because the ordinance says. I can find it for you real quick.
All right, okay. All right, do we need a motion to move this application to public hearing for next month?
I'll make a motion to move IWWC 20-58 to a public hearing for May 16th, you say?
19th.
19th?
Yeah.
I'll second that. All those in favor?
Got it, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay. With all these papers, I lost my agenda. For purposes of time, does anybody have an agenda in front of them while I find mine?
I do. We're looking for.
Yes, move.
It's
Right.
application IWWC 20-62, owner Sherwood Dawson.
Okay. Based on the fact that we did not hold a public hearing, my sense is that that's going to be moved to the May meeting also, Pam?
Yes.
So we don't need, do we need a motion for that, being it's an agenda item?
Make a motion real quick. Yeah.
All right, Mary Ann, you want to make the motion?
Sure, I'll make a motion that application IWWC 20-62 be moved to the May 19th regular meeting in person at Town Hall, public hearing.
I'll second that.
All those in favor?
Got it, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Next is 2102.
Russ, do you want to bring up the next agenda item, please?
Yes, next agenda item is IWWC 20-21-02. The applicant is Christopher Chinock, and the location is 242 Birch Rock Trail, and that's the repair of a lake wall. And I can't see if they are here. We had seen this before.
They're not here. They had, this gentleman had, basically, he can't do the work now because there wasn't enough time. Like he doesn't,
With water.
Water's up, so.
Yeah, well, too much water.
Yeah, so I haven't gotten a formal withdrawal from him. We had just talked. You guys have been continuing it pending, a written withdrawal from him. I haven't gotten one despite asking, so.
Yeah,
I'd
but
like
you
to make a motion to continue IWWC 21-02 to the next scheduled meeting, May 16th.
19th.
19th at Winston Town Hall. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. All those in favor? I think that was unanimous.
Thank you. All right, the next application is 21-04. The owner is James Kloxko, and the location is 100 New Hartford Road. Landscape and construction yard, mini mixed concrete. Mr. Klecko?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, thank you.
Hopefully, Mr. Green is here. Bob, Bob. Oh, my
He
engineer.
stepped away from his desk, Jim.
Oh, he's on.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
Well, that's not good.
I'm listening to you. I lost my
Whoop, hold on one second. So he stepped away from his desk, Jim. Do you mind if we skip your application? Because I think you need your engineer, right?
Yeah, would be.
We'll go on to the next application and then come back to you if that's okay.
Okay, sure.
You know.
Sure.
The next application is 21-05. The owner is David Pressey and Kristen Pressey, 215 West Wakefield Boulevard. Replacement of waterfront decking and rails, rebuild retaining wall to prevent erosion of lake deposits and fencing. Mr. Pressey here?
No, you'll remember, I don't think he is. I have one person, let me just see, that I don't know who this is. You had granted a continuous continuance at the until like he has some approvals he needs to obtain from the town for his property. So
we're just going to continue this?
It was continued until June.
Except he can, if he brings in, if he's ready before that, he can. But from what I understand, I don't think he's gotten his necessary approvals yet from the town. So, yep, it was continued till June at the March meeting. So I don't even think you need to take any action on this. And it looks like Mr. Green has returned.
Okay, so we'll go back to application 21-04.
Yep. So
Robert Green Associates finished the mapping and drew all the proposed containment areas for the sand and stone storage on the maps, and also some pavement replacement, a storm drain maintenance schedule to keep the storm drains clean. The storm drains have 2-foot sumps in them, which is very standard. Should be very easy to keep material out of there, and if anything gets in there, there's 2 foot of storage that's before it hits the river. And I believe I included in the application with the mapping a letter from my material supplier that states that the materials are washed clean of sediments and soap materials before, on their side, before they even ship them out. So there's a minimal of silt in any of these materials.
Mr. Green, I've made you co-host. I don't know if you want to review your plans or.
Sure, I can spend a couple of minutes. Time's getting late, but I will discuss. This is the former site of the Kentucky Fried Chicken, and what is proposed is no activity outside the curbing. So anything that's going on is at least contained by curbing at this point while we're developing the plans. But as Jim said, there are 2 containment areas, one for sand storage and one for stone storage, to further improve the chance of protecting any wash that may come out of the containment areas. We've proposed a concrete containment berm. If you look on the second page, there's a detail that shows how the berm is to be built. It almost looks like a speed bump. In the event that fails, as Jim said, any silt or sediment that may further come out of the storage areas especially the sand storage going toward the catch basin, we propose a permanent sedimentation control system at the catch basins, and that's the fabric that's put underneath the grate. And again, as Jim said, should that fail, we have a 2-foot sump, which would contain at least a cubic yard of sand until such time as the owner comes out and has to maintain this. The sedimentation control system at the catch basin does have to be there for the life of the project. If you look on your second sheet under a section called, let me find it here a second, operation and maintenance plan post-construction, it tells, or it indicates, those are the notes on the left, probably a third of the way down. It indicates that the entire sediment or the entire system has to be checked regularly. It has to be cleaned. It has to be swept. It has to be maintained. It's reviewed. Further along, Mr. Klockow is responsible for the maintenance of this system as long as he is the owner. And there's further a area that indicates inspection and maintenance guidelines for the catch basin system, which indicates again for the catch basins themselves, the frequency of review, inspection, removal of any sediments, leaves, grass clippings. If there's some vandalism and somebody decides they want to chop up the silt sedimentation system under the grate, it'll be repaired by the owner. It's other than that, the system or proposal is very, very simple. There's not a whole lot going on except for some repair to pavement and the installation of the containment berms. The berms are of such size that Mr. Klockow will not be able to bring in hundreds and hundreds of yards, cubic yards of sand and or stone. Primarily, I would say 15 to 20 yards at a time would be, at the maximum time, would be stored. The plan also shows the cement silo that's presently there. It's being relocated along the existing curbing. One of the things that I'm grateful that the commission has been so patient is that the weather kind of boxed us in, but you'll notice that the wetlands have been flagged by James McManus, the soil scientist, and the flags were located by this office. So you can see where the new wetland limit is. Actually, the closest point where we're going to do any work will be at that catch basin way in the back of the project where we're 30 feet from wetlands. Again, we're not doing any work that would endanger that wetland because we're going to be repairing the pavement around the basin because it shows some signs of disrepair. But other than that, the catch basin is not being moved, adjusted. The height of the basin frame and grate are going to remain the same. And again, it's kind of simple in my eyes. We also show, and this is more for zoning, but it's within your upland review areas, that there's an existing sign as you enter the project along the driveway. That sign is going to remain as is, and the only thing will be well, there's no message now, but will be a message indicating what the facility is being used for. If you have any questions, I can try to answer them for you, and I apologize for not being here when the item came up on the agenda. I stepped away from my computer for a few minutes.
And I don't have any further questions. I've been to the site. I walked through it and I see all really what we've asked him to do and how everything is contained now within, he's not within the curbing, and there's been, you know, a lot of work to contain the material that's there. I'm pretty satisfied with what they've done. I think it's, you know, they've met any requirements that I certainly asked, whether any questions I had. I think they brought it into compliance well and did a good job with it.
The only concern I have, and again, I saw the site, is the maintenance of that catch basin, so that there's a physical schedule kept when it's sort of maintained and looked at, and a record of that posted somewhere, so that if down the road there's a reason for us to look at it, there's sort of documentation that indicates the frequency or the infrequency of the inspection of the catch basin, and should there be a remedy needed.
Right. If you look on the second sheet, midway down the first column of the several lines of notes, the inspection and maintenance guidelines for the catch basin not only tell you what you have to do, but it says the inspections should document any increase in the accumulation of sediment in the catch basins. It tells about routine maintenance, non-routine maintenance, and it begins with the inspection being conducted twice a year in April and October for the first 3 years of the project. And then depending on how the inspections or what the inspections show, the inspections could be separated by more months than the 6 months that's on the first 3 years.
Who do you propose that will do the inspections?
The owner.
I'll do the inspections and keep a log of them on premises available for at any time.
Yeah, I think if we just put that as a condition that a logbook, a formal logbook be kept for, you know, for inspections, that would suffice for me, that, you know, if there was an issue, we would be able to go in and say, hey, let's look at the log and see what you've recorded.
That's fine.
Russ, is inspecting that twice a year, is that adequate? Or
I do think so. I mean, they're not, it's not a regular concrete mixing.
I know.
Right. So, and you've contained, you know, they're not hosing off trucks there. They've contained the amount of, or they've contained the aggregate and the sand and everything. So I think I feel pretty positive about it, that is adequate.
Okay. Any commissioners have any other concerns? Would someone like to make a motion?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to approve IWWC 21-04 for 100 New Hartford Road for James. I knew I was going to fail on that one. Flacco. For the landscape and construction yard for ready mix concrete, with the addition of one condition, being that a formal logbook be kept. A formal logbook be kept for the maintenance of the catch basins per engineer specs.
Pam, do we need a bond on this?
It's your call.
I don't think you're doing any much construction really. You're not digging anything up. My inclination would be no.
Right.
Okay.
All right.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Thank you.
Appears unanimous. Thank you very much.
Thank you again for your patience on this project. We had a
All
tough
right, no,
one.
thank you.
And
Thank
for
you all
your
very
patience.
great night. Thank you very much.
Okay, next item is 21-07 Ideal Woodworking, 129 East Lake Street. The proposal is to increase the water entrance by 12 by 13 foot, excavate for previous pavers, terrace uphill and outside regulated area. Is Rick Utenis here, or the owner?
I'm here, Steve.
Okay, Rick.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so the homeowner has hired Leonard Engineering. I believe Dave Batista's on the call. He submitted the plan last week for you guys to review with his engineering as far as the grades, the water entrance, and the terrace. Are you looking at that plan?
Dave, you want to explain it to us, please?
Yes, I'd be happy to.
You
Pam,
need
can I
to-
have sharing?
Pam?
Yeah, he's got
Okay.
it. Yep.
You just have to find it. Okay, let's start at the beginning. Good evening. My name is Dave Batista with Leonard Engineering. I'm a licensed professional engineer in the state of Connecticut, and I'm representing Martha and Marcin Urbazic at 129 East Lake Street. You're all, I assume, familiar with where this property is. Basically, East Lake Street between the old Highland Acres Nursing Home and Superior Street on the south side of East Lake Street, bordering the lake. The first sheet in our plan is an existing condition plan. Basically, you have about 8/10 of an acre. Highland Lake is on the left side here. East Lake Street is on the right. And there are two panhandles that come with the ownership of the property. One is the driveway, common driveway coming down from East Lake Street, feeding the Urbazic residents and two others. And the panhandle up here serves two houses. We have I'm going to expand this drawing a little bit. In the upper left-hand corner, we have a impervious cover analysis of the existing and proposed condition. These numbers come largely from Keefe Surveying. We checked them all and they were all very accurate. So basically this lot has 25% impervious coverage already. They're 10% over the 15% limit. And under the proposed condition, we're not proposing any increases of that because we're going to use pervious pavers and other pervious materials. I'll go back to a smaller size and switch to the site plan. So we have a site plan here. There are three basic elements that the Urbazics propose. The first one being a pervious paver patio on the backside of their house, between the house and the lake, but attached to the house. It's going to have three different levels. The first level is one step down from their walkout basement, and it's underneath an existing deck that's lined up with the second story. There'll be one step down to a expansion of that patio in this area. And then going back this way, there's one step up to a level where their sauna is. We went out and surveyed the concrete pad that the sauna sits on, and it's basically the same elevation as the basement floor. So we were able to get this thing to kind of drop down a little bit from the basement elevation to run with the grade as much as we could. There will be a perimeter wall constructed around the outside of the patio. This is basically a retaining wall that holds the flat patio, the earthwork required to make the patio flat back from falling over. And the wall will have a parapet or what's called a sitting wall that's going to be about 18 inches high above the patio grades. This patio here is about 1,400 square feet, and it would be constructed with all pervious pavers like you see in the two example photos. These are two competing products up in the upper left-hand corner there that they could choose from. So that's a pretty good sized project in and of itself. That requires some earthwork to dig foundations for the walls, and they'll have to import potentially some fill and all the gravel base layers that go underneath the pervious pavers to construct this. Also down here, we have a 30 by 25 play area, which is going to be flat. It is going to be covered with bark mulch, at least the flat part. And then on the outside of that, we're going to slope down into the yard with earthwork. We looked at what elevation to set this at, and unfortunately, this play area, it was very close to a tree right here, a quadruple red maple that the homeowners would like to save. So we can't really drop the grade of this play area very much without impacting the roots of that tree. So the upper edge, the edge that's closest to East Lake Street, is going to be pretty much at grade, and the depth of fill will increase as you head toward the lake. All of this construction work will be contained with a silt fence that is shown on the plans, and it's going to wrap around the entire site. And in addition to that, we would like to, there's a roof drain that comes up from the garage and it sticks out in the backyard. And we're telling the contractor he's going to have to temporarily extend that pipe beyond the limit of the earthwork so that we don't have water coming off the roof of the garage pouring over freshly disturbed earth. So this whole area will be contained within the silt fence. And then down here on the lower left, we have the sort of a ramp going down to the lake. And I'll show you some details on this in a minute. But basically what we want to do is extend these walls about 12 feet further from the lake and create a ramp that goes down into the existing ramp, which is down here. I've looked at this situation. I went out there and looked at it and concluded that it would be very difficult to construct this work during the spring, summer, and early fall months because of the elevation of the lake. And I've recommended and have built into the erosion control plan, which is further down in the set of plans here, that this work should be deferred until the next drawdown, the next 3-foot drawdown, which I presume will happen sometime in October.
Probably November.
November. That would allow the work to be constructed in the dry. If we were to try to do this work right now, we'd have to build a cofferdam here across the opening. And that, I don't think it would work because these walls are just basically rubble masonry walls, and the lake water will just go through the pores in the stones and around the cofferdam and into the excavation. And I think it would be a pretty good size mess if we tried to do that. So it would be much easier and much safer for the lake if this work down here gets deferred until the drawdown. It can go quickly. It's not that complicated of a project, but we would extend the walls with rubble masonry exactly in kind. And then we're going to build a granite curb across the top here to provide a lip to help prevent the grass up here from eroding down into the ramp. We show here a dewatering pump and a sediment basin down in this corner. These are temporary measures to help dewater the excavation if required during the construction process. We have a very comprehensive erosion control plan here that's phased. The work that's required before construction commences is basically planning. I would like to look at the product literature for whatever paver system is selected to make sure that it complies with the town's requirements for perviousness. And the contractor is going to have to actually design the retaining walls that go around the patio. We're not quite sure yet exactly how the wall will be built. It's either going to be a concrete wall with a stone veneer on it or a segmental block retaining wall. I checked with the town building official, and this wall does not require professional engineer design. It's not high enough. It's only about 3 feet tall, the part that retains earth, and then the sitting wall on top of that would be 18 inches, and that does not require a PE signature and seal. So basically the details of the wall can be left to the contractor. So he'll have to design that. There's several things that'll have to happen before any construction activity commences. Phase 1 is basically described here with a construction sequence. That will go sometime this spring or summer. And that work will basically include the pervious paver patio and the play area. And then the third phase or the second phase would be the lake access ramp, which again would have to wait until the drawdown later this year. We have a complete set of details for silt fence, hay bales, sediment basin for the lake access ramp, and the dewatering setup if that's needed. I've drawn some cross sections of the different elements of this project. The first one up at the top, excuse me, is the play area. And you can see that there's very little cut in the upper left-hand corner of the property or of the play area, excuse me, that's where the tree is. So we're going to try not to impact the root system. And as you go toward the lake, which is to the left, the fill will get deeper and deeper so that on this sloping ground so that we can keep the play area flat. There'd be about a 6-inch layer of bark mulch there, covering of the play area. And then it will slope down toward the lake at a slope that's mowable with a lawnmower or a riding mower. The next two details, excuse me, going down are cross sections of the beach access expansion. This cross section is a longitudinal section looking at the side of the walls. We're cutting the access ramp right down through the middle like a cake, cutting a cake in half and looking at it from the side. And the top of the existing wall is this dashed line that's right up here. And the back wall that's there now is right here. We're going to leave that wall in place, but cut it down by 1.5 feet or so that we can go over the top of it, this ramp. The blue line is the elevation of Highland Lake during the non-drawdown periods. So the lake will actually extend back into this access ramp after construction. And the next detail below that is a cross section of the ramp where we're going to dig down 3.5 feet on either side, put about 1.5 feet of crushed stone in there as a base, and then build up these retaining walls with rubble masonry in the same fashion that the walls are constructed now. So it actually retains very little earth, so the walls aren't going to be in any danger of sliding or tipping over, and they should be stable. They're basically going to be 3 feet wide and 3 feet deep of stone. And the last page here is a cross section of the, excuse me, let me get oriented here. Cross section of the pervious paver patio where we have the first basement floor elevation. Here, there'll be one step down to the upper layer of the patio. And then after the contractor gets by these columns that hold up the deck above, he's going to step down one step and it's going to continue down to the edge of the patio. And you could see the wall that would be required here. The patio layers right about in here. And so there'll be an 18-inch or so wall all the way around the patio. And that's called the sitting wall. You can sit on it and socialize or whatever. The wall should have a drain system in it of some kind. If it's a segmental block wall, the foundation will be much less deep than if it's a concrete wall. If the contractor builds a concrete wall, then he's going to have to go down about 3.5 feet, and the drain would be about 2.5 feet below grade and would have to find a spot for that. And we show that on the plan. And we also show a detail of the pervious paver system and have some notes in there about how it should be constructed and how it should be maintained going forward. You have a very long agenda, so I really went through this quickly. I'd be more than happy to answer any questions that the commission has.
The drain that you just spoke about on that wall, or the potential drain?
Yes.
Where would it exit to?
Okay, let me go back to the site plan. In the northwest corner of the patio system, we show the pipe coming out and discharging to a grass swale that feeds down toward the lake and enters the lake on the westerly edge of the applicant's property right here. And we have a hay bale barrier downstream of that until things get stabilized.
This is a fair, as I remember from the picture, this is a fairly flat site, isn't it?
Well,
Well,
I don't think so.
it's got some slope to it. The basement floor elevation here is 293.2, and the top of the lake wall is 280. So there's a 13-foot drop from the back of the house.
Oh, okay, it's more than I
down
thought.
to the lake. Yes, it has slope.
Any need for a rain garden or with all that? I mean, that's that's a pretty good sized lot.
It is, but everything's pervious. The porous paver patio system is a de facto rain garden in essence. So whatever rain hits it is going to go down through between the blocks and into the gravel base layer and into the ground below that. The play area is basically a bark mulch, and when rain hits that, it's going to fall right through it.
Sure.
And this blue area here, their access ramp, we're going to put in some type of a sand and gravel floor to this thing. So, and whatever rain hits that is going to seep into the ground.
What about up on top where you pointed to that extended pipe underground?
Right here.
No, yeah, that one, and there's a second one up higher.
Well, there's an existing drain right here underground, and right about here it pops out of the ground and it's pointing toward the lake. The grass is stable there right now. When we disturb it during construction, it will become a highly unstable situation. And that's why we proposed a temporary bypass, so to speak, or an extension of the pipe so we can get the water beyond the disturbed areas of the site.
That's for construction purposes.
Yes.
And would the homeowner consider a rain garden on the other side up on top? Closer to the abutting property where you said it runs down the slope toward the lake? Yeah, over
Right
there.
here?
Yeah.
Well, that's I don't have a picture of it, but that is a fairly wet area already. And it's sort of unmaintained. There's a couple trees there and some tall grasses. And to be honest with you, I don't see the need for a rain garden when we're not increasing the impervious nature of the site at all. Whatever we're building here is designed to admit water, the same amount of water that you would want to put in a rain garden and have that seep into the ground.
But it's already 20% over coverage.
Yes.
So I just wondered if there was any water issues in the past. I mean, it does seem like it flows pretty evenly down the site. It doesn't seem to go one side or the other.
Yeah, if you look at the contours, which are shown here, they're pretty consistent. It's a gentle slope all the way down. And I would say that the runoff pattern is generally southeast to northwest, perpendicular to these contour lines. And this, the water definitely favors this side of the property where it can collect and flow in a narrow stream down when it rains hard like it did today. I'm sure water was flowing in this grass swale all the way down and going over the top of the wall and into the lake.
Does that area impact the neighbor's yard at all?
Which area, Steve? This area here?
Yeah, yeah.
Not really. We're not really proposing any work over there other than this drain pipe for the wall system and temporary impacts during construction. Obviously, we have a stockpile right here. This is going to look like almost like a house foundation when they dig it. There's going to be the excavator is going to have to dig a trench here to build this wall and stockpile his material here. And then he's going to have to turn sideways, do the same thing here and stockpile here. And the same thing with the third side. So, but the wall and the patio are no closer to the property line than the existing houses. In fact, a little bit less, just by virtue of the way the house is skewed very slightly to the bearing of the property line.
Would you just point to the littoral boundary, the upland review area? I think it's right through the bottom of the yellow play area. Yeah.
Yes, unfortunately, we had it called out and the note got taken off somehow, but it's right here. There's a line on the plan. Oh, wait a minute. Here's the call out, 100-foot IWWC upland review limit. So it's this line right here. So technically, most of this play area and this patio system is not even regulated by the commission from a wetlands perspective. It is regulated by the zoning commission requires an erosion control plan for any footprint disturbances over 4,000 square feet. And this is clearly over 4,000 square feet collectively, this whole project. So that's why we put together a comprehensive erosion control plan for the project. But you're up, half of this building lot is inside of your regulated area, the westerly half over here.
And inside that area, all you're really doing is touching one corner of the play area and then the waterfront with
Correct.
the little beach area creating.
Yes, fill deposit right here, which is regulated, and the construction of this little ramp that goes down into the lake.
Nothing is going to be touched or adjusted in terms of what's in the water presently, in terms of, I don't even know what's in the water, but docks and boat lifts and things of that sort.
No,
Nothing.
No changes whatsoever.
Okay.
I have a question about your beach area. You show it sloping gently down into the lake. What's to keep the gravel and sediment from going into the lake?
Well, that's a very good question. Basically, this black line right here is the line of the ramp, and we're going to leave this stone wall in place for the reason that you just asked about, to try to retain as much material as possible. You can see where the lake elevation is, and admittedly, this nice straight flat line is not what you see on the 4th of July when there's 300 boats out on the lake. There's wave action, there's wind driven waves, etc. And the water's definitely going to lap up into this ramp area frequently. So we call for some type of a bank run gravel or crushed stone or rounded stone so that it has a fighting shot at not eroding. It is going to be, like any beach area, susceptible to some erosion due to wave action.
So we can expect the bottom of the lake to rise a little bit in front of that ramp.
I would hope that it would be very little, and in fact, there's 12 feet of additional space here in the existing alcove, or whatever you would call it, inlet, where material can sort of settle out. Anything coarse chances are it would kind of resettle inside of the alcove as opposed to washing completely out into the lake. But when we went out there and looked at this, we could see some sediment out beyond the seawall that had washed out from this area. It wasn't a lot, but you can see it. So I can't tell you that this is not going to have some erosion up in here and require some periodic maintenance by the homeowner. That's just the way things are. We can't really pour a concrete slab there because that would become an impervious surface, and we're already way over the line on that. The only alternate to having some type of a natural material, I think, would be to put in a porous paver system in here, and that's certainly an option. That would be more stable than sand, but would be something that would probably have to be replaced or reset periodically just by virtue of all the groundwater that's in that area during the winter months and freezing and thawing and whatnot.
In your opinion, which would be the better alternative?
Well, if this were my house, I would want a concrete slab there, but like I said, we can't have that. So personally, I know my client wants pure sand, just like a beach, but the slope of this is steep enough. I'm a little bit nervous about that. I would think some type of bank run gravel that has rounded stones that don't hurt your feet when you walk down would be the next best option. And that is similar to what I see down inside the existing alcove in this area here.
But
When
is
you
that
say,
what it's gonna, is that what's spec'd out to be put there?
I don't understand your question.
I'm sorry, what is spec'd, the sand is spec'd right now to be put in the
Well,
area?
if you look at this detail down at the bottom, it says layer of sand or bank run and gravel or crushed stone or rounded river stone. We left some options there. And I expected to have this conversation with you tonight, and we're willing to pick one and run with it and eliminate the others.
And so
Yeah.
sand would be the one that's most prone to erosion, and probably a better alternative would be the I can't see it.
you're losing your mic, Russ.
I'm sorry. The best alternative probably for erosion would be and easy on your feet would be the rounded.
When you look away, we can't hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Would the best alternative be the rounded river stone in terms of erosion versus, it seems like the sand is the most prone to erosion, correct?
I would have to agree with that. So either the bank run gravel or the rounded river stone would be probably less susceptible to movement from wave action.
Yeah, I mean, we see that the waves are just get worse and worse every year, especially with the more people in the bigger boats with the wakeboards and all that. And I think that putting sand isn't really the best alternative because as it erodes away, it's just going to get more and more sand added to it and more going into the lake. That probably, if we suspect this as the river stone, it would be a better alternative.
Yes, and the larger the stone, the better, but you can't walk over 8-inch diameter stones very easily. So I would imagine it would probably be, somewhere between golf ball and baseball size stones.
Can you just put a path of gravel going into the lake like that?
Well, people have beaches on the lake.
Yes, I know they do, but they're not supposed to.
Yeah.
Well, I think that the river run, to me, the river stone is certainly a good alternative to beach. It stays intact more, and doesn't have the issues that the sand has.
What if there were some kind of a barrier at the bottom slope that would keep the gravel from going into the lake? How far from the wall does that slope go? Is this the wall?
The wall is right here at a line called 10, and the ramp itself begins about 20 feet back. So let me go back. I'm going to go back to the site plan. So you can see right here, there's this is about 20 feet from here to here. I can scale it on my plan.
Well, how deep would the water be where that Is the line that goes along there, is that the shoreline? Is that where the property line is?
The lake wall is right along here,
Okay,
pretty much where this black line is.
okay,
Okay, so, and this ramp that we want to build is about 20 feet back from the lake. And it would slope up from, you know, 1.5 feet deep to 0 feet deep at the edge where we're going to place this granite curbing.
right. But the ramp doesn't go past the lake wall?
No.
And how deep would the water be there?
All right, let me look on my plan. I'm going to go back down to this detail here. And basically, the top of the lake wall is right here. And the existing bottom of the lake is right here. So it looks like it's about 4 feet deep right at the lake. The wall is 4 feet high. The actual water depth is from this blue line down to the lake here. And that looks like about 3 feet or 2.8 feet, something like that.
My sense is that the homeowner is looking to enlarge I'm going to call it a beach area beyond the 20 feet further into their property. Is that a fair description?
Well, what they have is this existing inlet here.
Right. That's approximately 20 feet in from the wall.
20 feet in, right. And they just simply want to expand it so that they can walk down into the lake. That's the way they've described it to me. They want to be able to walk from their back door straight to the lake without having to go down steps.
And where the 20-foot line is, not the blue area, but the 20-foot line, it's approximately, the water is approximately a foot and a half deep there.
Well,
that's what I think that's what you said before when you had the diagram which showed that at the water's edge, it was approximately 3 feet of water, and then it scaled down. Yeah, that picture.
Right. So the 20 feet back is right here, and that's essentially zero. You know, there's not much water at the 20-foot mark right now because the ramp that's there now slopes uphill like this.
So they're walking into water right there, basically.
Right here.
And then they want another 20 feet or so to walk to the water.
Yes, when they would have to step off an 18-inch step down into the water. And when right here, this is about 18 inches high, and about a third of that is water and 2/3 air. So say 6 inches of water right here under existing conditions.
And why don't they just put in steps that are easier to step down into the water from?
Well, I don't know the exact reason, but they told me they wanted a ramp so they could just have a continuous walk. And if we build anything like concrete steps or whatever, it's an impervious surface that we can't technically do without going to get a variance, and that would be impossible to get.
They have very young children that they were concerned about stepping over that wall was the main intent. So that the children aren't going to be able to go down steps. They would want them to just walk right in.
Okay, but there's a lot of precedent for people who have steps to walk into the lake, all around the lake, and many are children.
They would be shallow steps.
Mm.
I don't think you can put a beach in the lake.
What it appears as though they're doing is they're extending the beach area back significantly. And the likelihood is there'll be no water in almost that entire area.
When the waves wash into there, they'll just wash it right out into the lake.
Yeah. Are you at your maximum impervious coverage right now for this lot?
We're way over.
I see.
So in terms of steps or any other type of a surface, I guess it depends on your definition of impervious. If we built the ramp out of stones that had gaps in them that water could get down through, is that impervious or pervious?
I think that would be impervious. That's how we look at the paver stone. Blocks, sorry, the paper blocks.
Right. So if we carried that theme forward down to this ramp and used some heavier stone, maybe like a bluestone or something, thick, relatively thick stone, but that was gapped, say by a half an inch, and that half inch was filled with permeable material, that would be much less erosion susceptible, but I'd have to think a little bit about friction and how slippery it might get.
Well, anything is going to get slippery. Any kind of rock that meets water is going to have some kind of slippery element to it.
Yeah.
So, it's, one or the other. They're both going to be slippery to an extent.
Looks like they have stairs into the lake just west of their boathouse.
Yes, they do.
So they can access the lake that way, right?
Yes, with those steps.
Okay.
They're not the nicest steps. They're beautiful to look at. They're made out of field stones, but they're awkward rise and run kind of thing.
The main issue here, though, and I guess I'm just talking out loud to the board here, is by doing this, are we increasing sedimentation and erosion of whatever material is put there, of sand potentially into the lake, correct?
Yeah, it seems like we would be inviting an erosion problem that would be increasing sedimentation.
Certainly with sand, we would be, which I'm not in favor of. I don't think sand belongs there. We've tried to discourage that over the years.
But the small rocks as well, because the wave action can dislodge them,
But they also have another method of entrance and egress from the lake with the stairs. And then there's a 20-foot beach area, for lack of a better way of describing it, already existing there, with just a slight step up to the ground level, to land level.
Yeah.
It's like they have a lot to begin with.
But they're taking they're taking this away from their own property and not.
No, we know that. What we're concerned about is what they're taking away. What impact does that have on the lake?
Would there potentially be some other material that's maybe not a geotextile material type thing that would be able to be potentially used there, that would not, have any gravel or any stone that's going to wash further down in the lake? Would there potentially be some other alternatives that might be able to be researched? I mean, this part of it, we don't need to decide on until the fall, in a sense, right? We've got some time. This is during a drawdown that this would be done, correct?
Yes. So my thought was, don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. If you could make a decision on the pervious patio and the play area, regulated activities, and I could come back next month with additional research on that ramp system and look for the products that you're suggesting, Russ. I think, to answer your question, yes, there's always a potential for new ideas and products out there that I haven't thought of. and I'd be willing to research them and discuss this with the client so that they can participate in the selection.
Yeah, there may even be something that's better than the gravel or sand that will never have any maintenance. Who knows? There may be some alternative products out there that none of us are aware of.
Well, if you put the pervious pavers for that 10 feet in the lake, it wouldn't erode. It'd be textured enough for traction.
You couldn't take them past the lake wall.
No, I don't think that was ever in question of anything
No.
going past the lake wall.
Rick, you're just talking about the blue area on the map,
Right.
The additional area, yeah.
that blue area. Yeah.
But that area becomes lake if they remove the lake wall piece, right? I
It's
mean,
going to fill in. It's going to,
Yeah.
well, it's not, it may not fill in as much. It may not go back all the way to the back land end of the wall because the lake just may not rise to that height.
It won't. I think it would go back maybe 20%. And most of the time that surface is going to be dry, except when a wave comes in.
You know, in one respect, you know, Rick indicated that the homeowner has young children, and that's the concern about getting in and out of the water. That's the potential of a step. And by the same token, you know, if we sort of move ahead with their plan and allow this to happen, and the kid is there and there's wave action, they're going to get knocked over by something we created or you created. So it's like a catch-22 there.
Well, the same thing could happen in the existing opening.
You're right, but that's there already.
Yeah.
We're not approving it. That's there already.
Yeah.
Pam,
Well,
is
I
there
think
any?
for the sake of moving ahead tonight, we should be able to look and make a potential approval on the upper part and leave this for an additional meeting with alternatives. Would that be agreeable to everybody?
Well, everything seems to make sense up until this beach area.
Right, so we could take that off, this motion, right, this draft motion, could we separate that out? The increase of the water entrance by 12 by 13 is really what we're talking about.
Yes.
We can.
Okay.
Without making it a condition, though. We would just eliminate it.
You're gonna approve part of the proposal and you're gonna continue the other part of it.
Okay, so it's not a condition of the proposal. It's a
No,
continuation.
you're continuing part of the, what you
Okay.
just did with Stanziel.
Okay, do we need an outside engineer to look at these plans, Pam?
That's your call.
Russ, any feeling about it?
I think it's well engineered. It just maybe it's not exactly what we're looking for, but I don't think. No, I don't think we need to have another engineer necessarily look at it. I don't think, and if we did get another proposal and thought that because we don't have them to look at anything right now, we haven't agreed on this 12 by 13 foot section.
The composition, you don't know what it's gonna be.
Yeah, we don't know what it's gonna be, so.
All right, so the engineer could be brought in when
Yeah,
they
we
propose
decided
something.
at the later date, yes.
And there's several months it benefits the homeowner because nothing is going to be done until the drawdown next November anyway.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
The only thing I could say, and just so that, in case I don't get a chance to talk to Dave before he goes back to his client, is that, with pervious pavers, you'd need a variance. You can't have patios within 20 feet of the lake. So if it's a hardscape like that, you may need a variance.
Well, why don't you let Dave know that?
Yeah, so I am
And
right
then-
now.
And
So
then,
You mean from ZBA, Pam?
I do.
Yeah.
So that's why, Dave, you might want to talk with Mark Melanson, about this as you mull about other ideas.
Okay.
Wouldn't a gravel bed, that would be considered an impervious paver if it were a patio?
No, actually, I mean, you can have so not talking about permeability, because you can have pervious pavers. That's pervious patio. That's precisely what he's putting in up there. But setback wise, so we're not talking about coverage, we're talking about setbacks. It has to be 20 feet from the lake.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, Dave indicated that the proposal area is 20 feet back from the lake.
No,
Well,
I'm talking about this little inlet that he's looking to expand.
He's looking to one of the
Okay,
proposed,
yeah.
exactly.
Thoughts. What one of the ideas tossed about was, to put bluestone, or to put, but so coverage wise, if Dave designs it, if it's designed by an engineer to be pervious, then you need to assume it's pervious. That's kind of how the zoning regs work. It's the distance from the lake that would be a problem if it were to be like that's why I'm suggesting that Dave talk to Mark before, as they explore options.
Okay.
All right.
So it sounds like you guys have an idea, direction of what you want to do tonight anyway.
Yes.
So what we're looking to consider approving is everything except for the first part of the application, which is increased water entrance by 12 by 13 feet. That would be out. And the motion would be to excavate the previous and everything else outside the regulated area.
Yeah, excavate pervious paver terrace uphill and outside regulated area.
Do we need a bond for the erosion and sedimentation control this far back? Because we're pretty far out of the, we're pretty far back from the water. Or would we still require that?
You're asking your fellow commissioners, right?
I
think so.
I think because of the extensiveness of the work, even though it's somewhat not a slope, but it's not a flat property, I would think $1,000 would be adequate.
Okay. I'd like to
Steve,
make
on our meeting last month, you guys already approved the play area.
Yes.
Yeah, it's not on the.
That's why it's not on the agenda, Rick.
Yep.
It's not on our application now.
They remember, you're good.
Okay, I think I'm right. I'd like to make a motion to approve application IWWC 20-07 to excavate for pervious paver terrace uphill and outside regulated area with a cash and erosion sedimentation bond of $1,000. And the section of this application, the increased water entrance by 12 by 13 would be continued to the May 19th town hall meeting. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. All those in favor?
Is there any discussion on it at this point?
I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Any discussion? All right, all those in favor?
Okay, I think we have.
Mary Ann, I didn't see Mary Ann's hand.
My hand's up,
Oh,
but
okay,
we
sorry.
can't
Yeah.
see Andrea.
Andrew.
Oh, I
that's
didn't-
what I meant. Oh, there you are. Okay. I meant Andrew when I looked. Thank you. All right, Dave. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good night.
Have a good night.
Thanks, good night. Bye now.
Good night, Rick. The next application, 21-09. The homeowner is Michael Conglavas and Desiree, 524 East Wakefield Boulevard. The installation of a 6x40 dock, 10 by 12 boat lift, aluminum removable dock with legs. I think this is contingent that the fact that there was no public hearing held in April.
And just
at
if you
this
want to do
meeting.
it.
So we're just gonna continue it to the
Correct.
next meeting.
Yeah, yep.
Okay, and then the following application, 21-10, the applicant is the Becker family and the Ward family, and it's the same thing. We're gonna continue it to May meeting.
Yeah, just do a motion for each one.
Can we
Oh.
have comments from Kevin on this?
Yeah, but wait, and because you've scheduled a public hearing, any discussion on those comments, you want to wait until your public hearing.
Okay, so then go back to the first one, 21-09. Do I have a motion to continue it to the May meeting?
I move we continue it to the May meeting.
Jackie, second.
I'll second it.
Andrea, all in favor? Unanimous. And application 21-10, the Keith Becker and Brian Ward application. I'd like to have a motion to move this to, or continue this to the May meeting.
So moved.
Christine, second.
I would-
Andrea, all those in favor? Unanimous, thank you. Before we take the next application, can we take a 5-minute break? Sounds good?
Yeah.
Okay. Are we all back? Andrea?
Andrea, we're just waiting for Andrea.
Okay.
Oh, here I am.
There you go. Okay, everyone is back. Okay, application 21-13, which is a modification of inland wetlands application 20-03. And the owner is the East Coast Assistance Dogs, and it's 149 Newfield Road. And it's a modification of the noted application. We're talking about all regulated activities associated with the modified site plan. Is there anybody here to represent the applicant?
Hi, yes, I'm Dale Picard. I'm the Executive Director for East Coast Assistance Dog, and I have my team here tonight, Jason Dismukes, Michael Bowe, and our attorney Patsy Renzulo here to help. The commission can get started. Jason will probably take over and answer the questions that you are looking to have answered. Thank you.
I guess, Dale, then, could you tell us what you're proposing with this modification? Well, let's go back first. What was the original application? What was granted?
Jason, you have to unmute yourself. Jason, you have to unmute yourself.
Got it.
Okay, thank you.
Finally. Sorry about that. So, Mr. Chairman, I can answer those questions.
Want to just introduce yourself first?
Yes, my name is Jason Dismukes. I'm a professional engineer. My office is located in Goshen, Connecticut, and I'm here representing ECAD. I'd like to go back, if I could, to March 4th, 2020. That's when we came with an original site plan for the work above as far as building the proposed building. And at the time, we actually had an active wetlands permit that was still open and that would have expired in July of 2020. So when we came with our site plan, Pam correctly informed us that the Inland Wetlands Commission is tasked with reviewing sedimentation and erosion controls, stormwater, and also to determine whether or not there may be a significant activity. So I'm going to share my screen, and I would like to read the approval meeting. If I could. I don't know if I don't have my.
I gave you a prompt, so
Yeah. Okay. I'm looking for it.
want me to withdraw and give it to you again? So
No, here we go.
All right.
Here we go. Can everyone see this? Can everyone see what I'm, this is the motion for when we came with the site plan and to approve it. And Mr. Nolet, Mr. Keeley, second. Having found at the last meeting that the proposal did not pose a significant activity to approve application IWWC 20-03, applicant owner, East Coast Assistance Dogs, location 149 Newfield Road, proposal, site plan modification, on oral and written testimony and subject to the standards Inland Wetlands Commission. Your conditions of approval. Approved our application. So that
before you continue.
Yes.
You're telling us what we approved, but what was the application?
Oh, so The application is to build the second building, which was phase 3 of the East Coast Assistance Dog facility. So this is the site plan for building the second building. Come on. There. So this was on the original approved site plan where they've already built training facility. That's this building that's existing with parking for it. That original approved site plan, there was a 5,000 square foot building shown in this area to be built in the future.
But wait a second, Jason, just so that like the proposal, Steve, just I think what he's just, the proposal that was identified was all activities associated with the site plan that are not regulated activities. That's what was approved in 20.
They were deemed.
That was the proposal. And that was,
So the application 20-03 was what you just described, Pam?
was the proposal that I just read.
So when we went, so then the question was, then I think what we concluded is that all this activity up here, because it's far removed from the regulated area, was unregulated, was not a regulated activity. Does that you recall that?
I recall that that's true. It was not a regulated activity, but because of its potentially way down slope, I guess, on what drained into the other side of the road, which there's a stream on the other side of the road. It's not even on this, it may be something that we were asked to review, but it was not really within our regulated area. I don't know if I want to say that was a formality, but it was something that we did have to look at, but it didn't fall under our normal, in a sense, almost jurisdiction and review. That's my understanding. And then we looked at it and said,
let me get back to why we're here tonight. So we had a wetlands permit approved for our site plan that we had presented. We came back for a modification of that permit because the fire code has changed and it requires the driveway to be 20 feet wide. So we came back to you for a modification to widen the driveway and pave it, widening it to 20 feet wide, minus one small section where the culvert crosses the driveway. Because at the time, we didn't think we could get to 20 feet and we were going to seek an exception with the state. But after all the snow melt and ice is gone, we went out and we looked at it and we can easily get the 20 feet width. We don't need to go to the state for an exception. So why we're here tonight is to modify the permit to go ahead and allow us to widen that one section and pave it. But we're also adding permeable pavement adjacent to that set area. So the driveway is going to be paved with sections of that pavement being permeable pavement. I'd like to share my screen again if I can.
Yeah, you can. Yep.
Okay. So go back here. Okay, so the area in question is this area right here. And the darker areas are where we're proposing permeable pavement. So the commission, you've already approved us widening the whole rest of the driveway to 20 feet wide, except this one area right here. But we would like to widen it to 20 feet wide because we can easily do it without going into the brook at all. All we had to do was slide some boulders that flanked the driveway in that section. We just have to slide them over 2 feet, which we can easily do to get the 20-foot width, and then pave it like we originally intended, and then install these permeable paved areas. That's what this application is for.
I don't know if any of the other commissioners have been to the site. I was over there a couple days ago and took a good look at this area. I understand certainly what Jason is saying. I don't see anything there that would change water courses. There's a lot of water up there, don't get me wrong. It's a wet site. And I'm there in the spring, but what they're proposing doing is a minimal. I just don't see any impact on change of water course in that area by just widening that. It has the brook goes underneath the road, and it's not that free flowing of a brook even. It's more of a drainage brook to me.
It was defined by the soil scientist as an intermittent stream.
Okay, yeah. So all right. For lack of better terms, to me, that's what I would certainly agree with that. But
and they're just moving the rocks basically onto the shoulder of the road.
That's it.
Again, like you said, Russ, there's no change in any of the water activity at all.
And I certainly respect that, on the other time we had a neighbor come, I think was there and asked a lot. And I think I understand what house that neighbor was right below there, but like I said, nothing would change that. That house that's below, it's not even on here, that's below there is, it's just in a very wet location to begin with. But in terms of changing water courses or affecting anything there, I just don't. I took a good look at it. I just don't see it that it would change anything.
Pam, is this truly a modification of the original application?
I'm not sure I'm understanding your question.
He's asking for a modification of application 20-03.
He has a current permit and he's seeking to modify it as described.
I recall in the last meeting, there was some question about the work that was done to date on this permit and whether or not that work was done according to the original approved engineered plans, because since the construction has happened, the neighbors have noticed increased flooding. And I thought we left it that there would be a review by an independent engineer, because that had not happened.
So I'd like to address that. This is Jason, Mr. Chairman. The driveway was approved and installed under 2016 approved site plan. We had the Public Works Director at the property today to oversee digging some test holes in the driveway and along the shoulder to observe and verify what he saw the driveway, how it was constructed, and how that measured up against the letter from the contractor describing his construction. And we have tons of pictures that we could show you. And the general consensus was, the driveway was constructed as directed, and it's in pretty darn good shape. I mean,
But the Public Works Director is not an engineer.
And
nor is he here,
well,
nor do we have anything in writing from him at this meeting.
Well, but not every driveway requires an engineering either. This driveway is not on a steep slope. So it's well below the maximum 14%. I think, in fact, the steepest section is about 12%. The majority of it is more around 8 to 6% in grade. So it's not steep.
Hello?
And you know, if you walk up and down the driveway, you're not going to see any, you know, a serious issue. Did any other commissioners make it out to the site?
I was there yesterday.
Who was speaking?
Jeff Lippincott.
That's Jeff.
I was there yesterday. I feel the same way Russ is. I mean, you're moving some boulders. I went all the way up to the top to where the buildings are. The driveway looks solid. There was water running in the trench next to it that it was built to handle it. And you know, here we are in a pretty wet time of the year, and there wasn't a lot of water.
You know, in
It
reference,
looked like it was done fine.
in reference to what Marianne had brought up, I do feel that that is out of the scope, that, you know, issues as built conditions, verifying what contractors did in the past, is if there's some issues, those are zoning, construction, building department issues, not involving us. I mean, only, you know, we deal with water movement, but this isn't even in our regulated area. So I think that, I just feel like those are things that need to be verified under another department, or just out of the scope, certainly of us and of this actual variance. But, you know, not to diminish it, there could be issues that something wasn't built right way back when, but it's just not, it's not within our scope right now.
Moving these dozen rocks 2 feet isn't going to affect anything going forward, for the better or for the worse.
And on the latest revision of plans, I show silt fence all along the edge of the driveway where the widening is going to occur, and the driveway is going to be paved. So we have erosion controls. I mean, finally, the driveway is it's pretty. This is a pretty easy job. In fact, the widening of it only occurs, you know, in a few areas. It's not the whole length. There's parts of it that are already 20 feet wide. So there's, I looked at it, around 300 to 400 feet of it is where both sides would need to be adjusted. Other than that, it's a little bit on one side, a little bit on the other.
I thought you had said, Jason, initially, that the two shaded areas, the only adjustment you're making to the driveway is the space in between the two shaded areas.
That's true. No. So under this modification, Mr. Chairman, you already approved under the last.
All right. You confused me when you said the 300 or 400 feet. That's
right. But that was under the last modification.
Previous. Okay.
And so today, what's left is have, if you would, modify the permit to allow us to widen this section and put in permeable pavement. You've already approved paving all of this with regular pavement. We just want to put permeable pavement in this area and permeable pavement in this area and widen this to 20 feet, which means sliding some boulders over. That's why we're here.
Pam, are we missing anything with this application other than what we hear?
You're muted.
Just 1 second. Jackie Mulvey.
Yeah, I'm on.
You're here?
Yeah,
okay.
I'm here.
Okay. All right. So.
And my computer's back. I'll see if I can get back in.
Okay.
We can hear you though, Jackie.
Okay, good.
Oh,
and I can hear you very clearly.
Okay. Pam, are we missing anything here?
In terms of what?
The simplicity of what they're asking for? Or is it more complicated than what it appears to be?
That's your call, Steve.
Russ, you seem to be, more knowledgeable than any of us
Yeah,
regarding this.
I think it's good. Jeff has also been up there.
I
We
know
both
that. Yeah.
take a look at it, and I don't think we're missing anything within the exact scope of what they're talking about as a modification. If you focus just on that, I don't think we're missing anything on widening this driveway in that little section by 2 feet. That's changing your water courses has any impact on our wetlands, which really are hundreds of feet away in a stream across the road. Right? There just isn't anything there that I see. Any erosion.
Hundreds of feet away.
What's that? Well, the mainstream, I'm sorry, I don't know who was asking hundreds of feet.
I think that was a mistake.
Not the applicant.
Well, I guess, Russ, I would just say that it was brought to this commission's attention that there is a flooding problem and that the timing of the flooding problem aligns with the timing of the development of that property. Hang on. And as such, and as the keepers of the waterways and this health and the safety of the water in the area, it does seem like it falls within our purview to address that problem in some way, regardless of whether or not this particular permit is within the scope of the original one, right? Because there could be a problem as a result of how the construction occurred after the approval. So I do feel like it's a little bit not seeing the forest for the trees if there's a real problem. Now, whether or not it's
A real problem with extending this driveway in this section or something else? Because I want to focus on just this driveway.
I know that you do, but that's what I'm taking. That's what I'm taking issue with though, Russ, because
I got you.
Because the whole project is something that this commission approved, and there could be a problem as a result of the whole project. And so this piece of the project is being brought before us, and a problem with the whole project has been raised to us. And I think that we are not seeing the forest for the trees if we simply narrow our scope to what's before us and ignore the larger problem and not either address it in a way that's appropriate for us to address it, or to bring it to another commission who perhaps has more jurisdiction over an analysis of the problem that's been surfaced.
But that problem is something that in a public meeting, correct, that some homeowner, we don't know, I don't remember where their house was or what it was, said that somebody had some more water in their basement. It would be different if an engineer came and said, hey, you know what? I did an analysis of the hydrology that was changed on this slope. And now my client or this person's basement is flooded and it's a problem. I just heard some comment of some neighbor that said they had more water in their basement. But I mean, I as a homeowner have never seen water in my basement. And then a guy tells me from 10 years ago, there was 6 feet of water in there and pumped it out. I could say anything.
And
Well,
that neighbor, Russ, that neighbor never came to the public hearing.
Somebody said there was some problem with water.
Mr. Chairman.
We're going. Let's not debate.
This is Jason. This is Jason speaking. We have a public hearing right now going on over with P&Z. The neighbor of the subject property that's being discussed has participated in that public hearing. You can go back and you can look at the YouTube video of that neighbor's testimony. And one of the statements he says right on the record is that he's fully responsible for what's going on his property. And so, and I can show you pictures that until today, the Public Works Director saw what we've been trying to explain and it was shocked at what he saw.
Jason, can you show us on one of your maps where this person that did the complaining, where that house is located?
So, yeah, let me hang on a second.
I believe there's two houses down by the street that are affected by the water runoff, but I don't believe that's the person that was complaining.
That's what I'm saying. That person didn't show up.
Well, yeah, and I don't think like Russ's point of it just being about a basement was the substance of the complaint. I'm going to go back to the minutes. I think
All
it
right,
had to
so-
do with the whole road flooding.
This is the, yeah, but here is the where the subject house is.
Okay, that they're getting a lot of water.
Yes. All right. So I want to show you some pictures now. I got to figure out how am I going to do that. Hang on a second.
It was Amy Reeve of 147 Newfield Road.
Which is on the other side of the property, on the north side.
And higher up.
Yes.
Well, where's that house? Can you show us that house?
Well, that's way far removed from this area.
Okay. Well, was there a complaint from the person that was just downstream from where the water's going under the road?
No, not to my knowledge.
Yeah, this is.
So what was surfaced in
surfaced
in last week's minutes were the absence of drainage swales and plunge pools, a question about the installation and inspection of the culverts, and whether or not the driveway that was approved in 1995 as a residential driveway had been determined to be approved as a commercial driveway.
And the answer is yes.
And then whether or not there was a maintenance schedule set for the pervious surface.
Mary Ann, what are you reading from?
The minutes of last meeting.
From the March meeting?
Yes.
So, Mr. Chairman?
And who was that was speaking there?
It was Ms. Reeve.
And where's her house?
To the north.
147 Newfield Road.
Do you know where, is that on your map at all, Jason, or close to it?
No, it's so far removed. Hang on.
And then I guess there was also a complaint from someone at 151 Newfield Road.
I'm going to show you 151 in just a second. God damn it. Mrs. Reeves' house is out here in this area.
Uphill. It's uphill.
Yes, probably 150, give or take, feet from the northerly property line.
Up the hill. So any water is not affecting her house.
Jeff, her complaint wasn't about the house. It was about the road flooding.
Right. So let me get you.
Okay. Thank you, Mary Ann. That's a big difference.
Hold on just a second. Let me see if I can figure this out. I may have to stop.
Was there a homeowner that complained?
Yeah, the name. The
one that was down here.
These two addresses, 147 and 151 Newfield Road, both of those homeowners.
Okay. Bear with me just a second. So I submitted a letter to the Public Works Director responding to issues about water in Newfield Road. And I'll go over that in a second. But these pictures, can you see my screen? No. Not yet. All right, hold on here. Let's see if this is going to work. And there we go. So this is the driveway right now at 1451 Newfield Road. That's actually the driveway.
Does it go to that house up there on the left?
Well, that's a tough one to call. I'd have to show you some more pictures. And
Hey, Jason, are these photos the ones that have been provided to the commission? Are these part of the 70 pictures that Mike?
No, I don't think they are.
No.
Mine here, if you want me to open them.
I just want to caution you because, well, Steve, do you want to relay Attorney Nelligan's stuff that hasn't been introduced? So before you share anything that you haven't already shared that has already been uploaded to the town's website, you want to be
There's a lot
careful.
of stuff that I've shared, Pam, that is not on the website that I've sent you before today. Oh yeah.
Based on what our understanding.
So anyway,
based on our
wait a second,
Go
Jason.
ahead.
Go ahead. No, you go ahead, Steve.
No, what I was going to say, based on our understanding of the governance ordinance regarding providing information because of the Zoom meetings, that the information has to be provided at least 24 hours prior to the meeting so that it can be downloaded. To our knowledge, that aspect of has not been provided as of last night for tonight's meeting.
Okay.
And so the reason I'm cautioning you, Jason, and so if you stick to what has been provided,
I will.
Then it need not be continued this evening.
I'm going to do that right now.
Okay, good.
Okay.
Right.
I'd like to resume sharing. All right, let me get rid of that. Let me share. So this is let me start back here. This is on the website. Public Works Director had gone out in December of 2020, made a couple of comments about the plan, described the water flowing. This is the 24-inch pipe that goes, that's where we want to widen the driveway. And then he discusses but the neighbors, I'm unable to tell if that occurs on his property or the neighbor's property, but a condition of approval to determine this is recommended. So I responded to this with a letter to Mr. Rollins. I know this is really faint, but this red line is our culvert. And this brook kind of sweeps around behind 151 and essentially stops right here. When you come down, we're standing on the ECAD property. The house is over here to the right behind the tree. We have a formed brook right here. This is a formed watercourse that comes here and hits this boulder. It doesn't continue. On the other side of this very large boulder is a drainage ditch that goes down to the road where there's a 27-inch culvert that goes under Newfield Road. That's the drainage ditch that the watercourse above is supposed to go into, but it can't. What it does, it flows out of the banks of the brook and comes down the driveway. That's why there's flooding in Newfield Road. And so Mr. Rollins saw this, read it, he responded. His response was, thanks, I didn't see this before you said it. That was to Pam. I have to say that I think everything that Jason says in his letter is completely factual. That's his.
So, Jason, can I clarify something? I think I'm hearing you say that that drainage ditch was supposed to continue down into a culvert on Newfield Road.
Yes, and it doesn't.
And why did that change? Not because of the construction of the road?
There's
the boulder. The boulder.
There's a so the owner of 151 has been in here working. There's a cut and grade, and what it looks like is that they're making a parking area for eventually that driveway to go to. That's exactly what it looks like. They've lowered the grade along the side of the watercourse. So that's why the watercourse now comes out, the water comes out of the bank of the watercourse and goes down their driveway. And there's supposed to be a small pipe under the ground where that boulder is, that's buried. And that small pipe is supposed to take the water that's in that brook down to the ditch that goes to the culvert under Newfield Road. There's no way. It would need to be a large culvert pipe.
So whose responsibility would that be? The homeowner there?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
But
That said,
that house, let me interject for a second. That house, because I drive by this 3 times a day, every single day, has been a problem before this current owner. That one was foreclosed on. I think actually Patsy was the attorney at that time that was doing the foreclosure on that. And it went to public auction. So that driveway has been a problem way before.
So,
I don't think the current
Christine,
people
before
are
the
creating-
construction of that road?
What's that?
Absolutely.
Before the construction of that road?
Well,
How far back are you going?
years ago, it's been like that. It washes out all the time.
At the original planning and zoning meeting, when the site plan for ECAD was approved in 2016, Commissioner Marchand makes the exact same comment, that there's been problems at that location for many years, going way back. That was before ECAD was even there. So it's a problem there. ECAD, there's nothing has been put forth that, as evidence, I would say, that substantiates any of these claims that ECAD is causing these problems. And
Let's see if we can refocus on what you want us to approve or rule on.
Thank you.
and Steve, I just want to interject one thing quickly, Steve, here. That said, what we are discussing, because I'm familiar with exactly the pictures and seeing that site, what he's proposing of extending the width of that driveway, in my mind, I just don't see any impacts that change water coming down onto the road. I would agree that the water that comes down onto the road was not going to be changed. That problem is not going to be made worse by widening the driveway.
Well, I agree, but Mary Ann had an objection because she felt that we needed to address this water, but it sounds like anything we do isn't gonna be able to fix it. It has nothing to do with the ECAT problem.
Or anything that this applicant does is going to change the water.
Are you okay with that, Mary Ann, or what do you think?
Just one thought before we move ahead. Does anybody feel it's necessary to have this reviewed by an engineer, an independent engineer? Because we're listening to the engineer on the proposal, and he's making very valid points. There are concerns that have come up, and he's willing to stand on the testimony from tonight. If we don't need an outside independent engineers, let's just make a motion to approve or disapprove the modification and move ahead.
Yeah, I don't think so. As another commissioner, I don't think we need another engineer looking at it.
I don't think so either.
Okay, anybody else with an opinion?
I don't think we need.
I don't either.
Okay, we have enough consensus. Do we need to have a motion now for approval? Anybody?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to approve application IWWC 21-13, which is a modification of IWWC 20-03, modification of application IWWC 20-03, all regulated activities associated with modified site plan for 149 Newfield Road, which is the widening of the driveway over the brook.
I'll second.
Just for specificity, Jason, approximately how long is the driveway in footage?
Oh, the entire driveway?
No, only what
The
we're,
section we're talking about.
yeah, period.
Hang on. Let me take a quick look at that. I mean, you're roughly looking at in total, including the impervious paved area, about 300 feet. The section that we're widening is more about 50 feet, 40 to 50 feet.
Okay. And so that's the area in question, the 40
Yeah,
to
the
50
40
feet.
the 40 or 50 feet
Is the modification.
Yes.
That's what this whole conversation is limited to, the 40 to 50 feet modification.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Do we need a condition that Jim Rollins provide a letter that he visited the site and he attested to what Jason said?
I thought we already had that.
We have
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
Okay. So then we have a motion and
have a
Russell
second?
made it and second. Okay. All those in favor of approving this modification to the 40 or 50 foot modification in question is what we're voting on. All those in favor?
Fine.
I-
Pam, you're muted.
Per the site plan,
Per the site plan.
per the site plan. So in case, it's 60 feet.
Okay, yeah,
So
Yeah.
per the site plan.
yeah. You okay with that, Jason?
I am.
Okay. All right. Thank you very
All those
much.
in
I'm sorry
favor?
it was so timely,
We didn't
I'm-
finish.
We need to call our vote, although we
I thought
had
we
all
had-
those in favor, but
all those
I
in
didn't catch
favor?
it. Okay.
Favor.
Yep. And then,
Andrea, you good?
Oh.
Okay, thank
and then
you.
abstaining.
One.
One.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good night.
Thank you.
Thank you. Evening.
Ah. All right, application 21-14. The owner is Harris Daigle, 304 East Wakefield Boulevard. The proposal is to raise and remove existing cottage, rebuild a 3-bedroom residence with covered deck and steps, and related site work, including walkways, drainage, and landscaping. Mr. Harris, are you there?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm here.
There you go.
All right, Mr. Daigle, you want to talk to us about the proposal?
I believe Mike Sherman has all that on paper.
Okay,
Mike,
I'm Michael Sherman, I'm a licensed professional engineer in the state of Connecticut, and I'm representing Harrison to have you accept an application for him to raise, remove existing cottage, rebuild 3-bedroom residence with a covered deck and steps, and related site work, including walkways, drainage, and landscaping. I think I can still share screen, Pam, is that correct?
Yep.
Okay, let's see if we can find her. That's the one you already saw. You'll have to bear with me while I go find this drawing. Sorry about that. I'm working on a remote computer and I get mixed up with where the files are, whether they're on the laptop that I'm here or the remote computer back in Connecticut, which I'm going to right now. Okay, hopefully if I open the right one, this is the plan that's in front of you right now. I will confirm by zooming up on the date. We have a 4/13/21 date on it. Site plan for
No,
304.
it's not shown, Mike.
Did I give you a later plan than this?
No, the screen hasn't changed. I think we're still looking at Stanziel.
Oh. Oh, because I changed computers? Oh, boy.
Yeah. Maybe stop share and then start share again.
Ooh, I can't do that. Because that's on the other computer. I have to exit out of here. I'm going to have to.
You want us to go on with the next one and you get it pulled up?
Pam, can you show it up? Because I think I gave it to you in PDF form.
We have it in our packets.
Yeah, but it's going to be tough because he won't be able to allude to anything or, draw our attention to what he wants.
We did this once before with Pam doing it, and she was very good at moving the pointer where it needed to be.
Hold on.
I just lost my. Are you folks seeing my screen at the moment?
No, because you're not sharing.
Okay, so I have to reshare again. Okay, maybe I'll try looking at the other computer again because I don't have it on this computer. Are you seeing that connect part?
Yeah. We are. Yep.
Okay. And can you see this plan now?
Nope.
Not yet.
No, we seem to have lost it as soon as I go into my directory. Did you see this directory here? Can you see that?
No, Mike, why don't you pull it up and let the commission go on with the next application just because it's so late. So get it pulled up and then let us go on with the other one.
Problem is I have to email it to myself because I can't transfer files.
All right. So Mike, bear with us for a few minutes.
Yes.
We're going to move on to application 21-15. Eric Richard is the applicant. Jonathan Yolis and Sarah Yolis are the owners at 504 East Wakefield Boulevard and install a new boat lift and jet ski lift. Pam, I didn't have any of this paperwork in my file, in my package rather.
No, you did. It came in. It should have been.
I don't have it.
I don't have any, but I have one page.
I have it.
I have it.
Oh, I do. I'm sorry. I have one page also. I do. Is there a representative here from the application? For the
Yep,
application?
I'm Eric Richard. I'll be installing their jet ski lifts and boat lift.
Okay. All right, Eric, go ahead.
So they just want to, they have plenty of waterfront and they just want to put a new boat lift in and a couple of the drive-on plastic jet ski lifts onto their property.
Well, you need dimensions.
Excuse me, I didn't hear you.
We can't tell from the map that you sent us what the distance is of the boat and jet ski lifts from the littoral boundary.
Okay.
How wide, Eric, how wide is the property? It looks like 62 feet, give or take.
Yep.
Okay. What the commission is asking for is you show two X's on the waterfront, I guess, one a larger one and one a smaller one. And one is gonna be a boat lift and the other is gonna be a jet ski lift.
Yep.
And the question was, you need to provide us, or the answer, what we're looking for is you need to provide us with some kind of detail as to how far each apparatus in the water is from the end of the property, so to speak. So that we
Okay.
can be sure that it's outside the littoral boundary of the property.
All right, so I can add those dimensions to it.
Okay, and just looking at it, how are they gonna get on and off the boat lift and the jet ski lift? There's no walkway or no decking?
Yeah, there's a, it's not on here. I can add that too. There's an existing dock
Okay,
that's already there. I'll put that on there as well.
okay,
We need
And
to
that's
see,
just,
we need to see all the structures that are on the shoreline
okay.
and with dimensions and exact locations.
But this property is actually 200, it looks like it's 290 feet of frontage.
There's 200, yeah, 200 according to the map. There's
Yeah, it's not
216
62,
feet
it's
of frontage.
where do you see that, Jeff? I'm looking.
Well, right along the bottom, closure line only, high water line is actually boundaries. That's 62, that's only, I think that's
Oh, it's
longitude,
degrees,
latitude.
yeah.
That's 216 feet. And then along the side, it's 75 feet, so 390 feet there.
Oh, I
Right,
see
we
the
still need
216.
those.
No, right, sure, that's, but there's plenty of room.
How many boat lifts can you have?
You can have one boat lift and one up to a double jet ski lift. So you can't have two boat lifts. You can't put two boats under lifts. You could put a boat under one lift, a pontoon under the same lift, or two jet skis under another lift, but not two boats under lifts.
And those drive up plastic jet ski lifts, that's considered a lift?
You're calling it that, so it's a lift.
Okay.
Yeah, we need to see, like I think everybody went over, the more detail, the better, the size of the docks and what's existing there. Just a very detailed drawing of exactly what you're doing, what's existing. We're not able to quite see the dimensions from this, and we need to see that for the next meeting to approve it.
Okay.
So
No,
as
it-
Jackie said, anything that's on the waterfront now and anything that you want to put on the waterfront, position it on the diagram or the survey map. It's not a survey, but a copy of one, which clearly tells us where it's positioned, where they are positioned. And if you can, just indicate the distance from the one end of the property to the first obstacle in the water, how many feet that would be, and then whatever is next, and then whatever is next, and then the last piece of apparatus in the water to the other littoral boundary. As Jeff said, I misread it, but you have plenty of frontage, so that's not going to be an issue. You just have to tell us where you're going to put it in relationship to the waterfront.
Okay. No, that's easy. There's, like I said, there's plenty of room. I can add that.
Yeah, and there are dock and mooring regulations, and they're on the website. So it tells you how much of each thing you're entitled to have. And so if you just look that up, it'll help you not skip anything.
No, we can do that. I'll put it on there and have that for you for the next meeting.
Okay, is there anything else that we'd like to see from the commission?
No, I think we're good.
All right, we have a motion to accept the application.
Well, just to make
Go ahead,
sure
Mary
it's
Ann.
super clear, when you draw the existing dock, just make sure you give us the dimensions of that dock as well.
Yep.
So we're looking for the dimensions. Wow, the dimensions of the dock, the dimensions widthwise of the boat lift and of the jet ski lifts.
Okay.
Okay, And if there are any, and there's only one dock is going to access both apparatuses?
Yeah, the jet ski
You move
plastic
forward
float,
on
you
that.
can step right on from shore.
Right, okay.
So do we need littoral border boundaries there? I mean, he has plenty of room. And that
We
would
want to know
probably
where it
require
is.
that would
We
probably
want to-
require a surveyor.
No, we want to know where
But
it is,
it
though.
depends where he
Okay.
puts them.
I agree.
If he
Okay,
puts
is
them,
there a motion to accept?
And finding it is not significant, don't forget.
Yeah, obviously it's not, but there's no need for a public hearing unless somebody strongly feels there is.
No.
Okay, thank you, Pam.
All right, then I'd make a motion to accept application IWWC 21-15 for 504 West Wakefield Boulevard for Eric Richard.
Is it east or west?
West,
Oh, the agenda's wrong.
right?
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
All those in favor?
Looks unanimous. Thank you.
All right. All right, we'll see you at the next meeting. Thank you.
All right, thank you, guys.
Mike, you ready?
Yes, I am.
Good.
Let's try this again. Can everybody see this?
Yeah.
This plan here?
Yes.
And can we confirm that the date 4/13/21 is the date that's on your plan in front of
Yes.
you? Okay, so we're all looking at the same thing. What Harris would like to do is rip down the existing cottage and replace it with a 3-bedroom residence. I'm going to zoom in here so you can see what we're looking at. And if you watch Mr. Hand, his existing house is this crosshatch pattern that's going off to the right. And what he'd like to do is almost match that foundation perfectly, except that he'd like to widen in 2 feet in the northerly direction here. So he's gonna, this porch here, he's gonna rip off and eliminate from the drawing. He's going to eliminate this path that he has with pavers, and I'll show you pictures shortly. I hope they're still they're on this computer and not the one in Connecticut. And what he'd like to do is, he has an existing deck over here. He'd like to rebuild the 2nd-story part of the deck, but he'd like to cover it too. And so that changes our impervious numbers for the site. So we go up here. Presently, with just that house, the 2 sheds over here, the path, he's at 13% impervious. With the changes he's proposing here by enlarging the house and putting on the covered deck, it's going to knock his impervious up to 18%. So it's allowed 20% with LID measures. So that's why we put LID measures on this site. We have a rain garden proposed down here in one of the flatter areas of the site. One of the only areas, this was a tough thing to try and find a spot to do this because of all the ledge. And you'll see that in the pictures when I show them to you shortly. This is all ledge here. This is all ledge here. There's more ledge you can see up in this area. He has a little sign on the house called Tiny House on the front of it. I think he should have changed it to Cliff House. There's so much ledge. So we have a complete sediment erosion control plan, which I can show you here with all the details. We have a detail for the rain garden, a detail for any of the drainage pipes, and a pervious patio paver detail, which is going to be the new walk that he plans, which I'll show you. That his architect showed the decks with a entranceway to the new house and a staircase coming down to here. I was thinking you need a little bit of a walkway here, and these are going to be pervious pavers, according to the detail I've shown you many times before. And so with those two LID elements, that's why we're asking for the 18% in impervious. We are not proposing to do anything with the docks. They're all going to stay exactly as they are. I always throw the dock ordinance information table on the plan. As you see, it says no change, no change, no change. He doesn't, Harris has come before you, I guess, last year and got his docks registered. So the configuration he has is approved by this commission. And now I will attempt to go find those photos and let's see how this works.
And the drains, we just have footing drains and leaders for the roof gutters that go into the rain garden, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
One thing new that I haven't showed you in a while is I'm proposing an under drain underneath the rain garden in the case that when they go to excavate this, they run into all ledge and the water won't have anywhere to go. So you'll still get the benefit of the water percolating through the topsoil sand mixture and having all the plant roots work on it to remove pollutants before it discharges to the lake. And I'm showing this outletting on the existing riprap slope that's at the lake edge. So this water won't cause any erosion. It'll just be pouring on the rocks. That should work out real well. Now, I was almost there with the photos. Real close. Here we go. Oh, I don't know how interested you are in these views, but it'll give you a better idea of what he's planning on doing. He's going to, the existing cottage would be up through here. He's going to add a second floor to it, and he's going to chip out a basement out of the ledge below so we can have a walkout door. Here is the roof over the covered deck. Here's the existing lower deck, which he doesn't plan on doing anything with.
So the bulk of the foundation is staying and he's just adding on to it?
I don't think there's a foundation.
Well, it's got to be, oh, and he's digging a full foundation.
He's going to rip out everything that's there and build a new foundation.
Okay.
So you're assuming that he's gonna have to do some blasting, I guess.
Blasting or chipping, it all depends on how hard the rock is. I believe he's going to have Matt Clausen on this, and Matt's the same contractor that will be doing Sean Stanzili's property, which is all in rock. So he's going to be quite experienced by the time he gets over here. This is just another elevation view of the proposed house, showing the decks on the lakeside. And this shows this view here of the house as if you were looking from the lake. So it shows the existing deck coming out for the walkway and the stairs coming out of there. I'll come back and the stairs from the upper deck will wrap around and drop people off on the existing lower deck. Note that I showed the edge of the upper deck coming to the edge of the stairs. So the covered deck is the width of the proposed house, 22 feet. But he is proposing on extending the deck out just a little ways to make this landing for the door opening here and this walkway. So someone can walk right around and out to the deck to say hello to him if he's out sunning when they come to visit. And unfortunately, the photos are on the other computer. And so I can't run through those.
So they're just accepting it tonight, like, so.
Yes. But I'd like
Mike,
to get
he's not utilizing any of that additional property he bought for this house, is he?
only
It's going
for
on
his
the same
well.
site plan.
Only for his well, as you see down
Okay.
here. He's utilizing that for his potable water. Previously, he had, this is labeled a
Pump house.
house, And lake water used to be pumped up into the house for them to do their dishes or whatever they did. He is hooked up to the town sewer system, so it's not like he's dumping the water back in the lake. The grinder pump's shown right here. As far as utilities are concerned, they'll just need to disconnect them while they rip down the existing house and just reconnect where they come in.
And he has to drop a well.
No, his well is in there and he's using it
Oh,
already.
there is a well.
Yes, it's shown here in the light pen type, which denotes existing items. I have it labeled well to house number 304, which is him. I'm gonna roll the dice and try and contact my other computer and see if we can still stay on share screen. One more time. It failed so bad that time. Here we go. Can you see that? Everybody can see this connect button, right? Is this when I lose you as soon as it comes
No,
through?
we're still on the last plans you were showing us.
We're still on the map.
And this isn't going to work. So I can't show you the photos and I apologize about that. I like to do that so you get a good feel of the property and what we're dealing with for the topography.
Well, this is, as you said, this is a very challenging site. It's small and it's high and tough access and a lot of ledge.
It is.
A lot of ledge.
Yeah,
Is there
I don't
anything
know.
else, Mike, before we move to accept your application?
Well, that's it. I just want you to conclude that you have enough information to accept this and whether it is a significant impact or not.
He has 2 boat lifts?
Jackie, don't open up that whole waterfront. That's a 2-night discussion.
All right,
It really is. That's,
I can see that.
oh,
You got that approved last year.
oh, please.
Shouldn't have been.
You know, because of the proximity to neighbors and the tightness of the houses in that area, it's a small cove. I think it might warrant a public hearing just for informational purposes.
What's the timing on this, Mike?
I'd like to let Harris answer that question.
Harris, what's the timing on this?
I'd like to start right after Labor Day.
Okay.
As far as the neighbors go, I emailed 2 letters to Pam. The closest neighbor was from Dr. Mosier, and he sent a very nice letter supporting it and hoping that I build soon. Pam has that letter. So I don't know what else to say.
Well, there's no urgency though. I mean, in having it approved next month, is there?
Well, the thing is I have to go to ZBA next. And so one thing can lead to another. You know, I got to line up framers. I'm GCing it myself. So time is kind of the essence.
Well, a public hearing would not necessitate an additional meeting. It would come before next month's meeting, and we just listen to any concerns if there are any, and move ahead and close the public hearing, and then move ahead to vote on your project. So it's not a timing issue. Anybody else have any feeling about it? I'm just putting it out there because we have to ask.
Yeah, I think we do a lot of public hearings. Like I said, it's not going to slow anything down. I feel like we've promoted that a lot as a commission with a larger construction project. Tearing down a house is a decent sized construction project. I mean,
you know what? It's going to involve machinery going back there, lugging it away. The demolition itself is a project there because of the site. So I think so. All right, so we'll have a public hearing for
question.
Yes, go ahead.
Pam, if I want to show these photographs and we're in a public hearing, does that mean I need to email them all to you first so that they can be part of the record?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, no, when we're in person, it's a different story. It's only when these meetings are remote. So like when being in person, you can just walk in with them and distribute them that evening. the whole advance thing is because it's remote and the building's closed. And,
COVID.
right.
Okay.
Okay? So.
And I'm actually going to be able to come to this meeting. I will be back in Connecticut.
Where are you now?
I'm in Florida.
Oh.
Can't you tell by my background?
He rubs it in every chance he gets, this Mike Sherman.
Anyway, all right, so we're gonna
I
have
was
a
wondering
public
if the
hearing.
crickets were too loud.
And do I have a motion to accept this application?
I make a motion to accept application IWWC 21-14, owner Harris Stiegel, 304 East Wakefield Boulevard.
Second?
And what are you saying? Significant, not significant, public interest?
Public interest.
Public interest.
Christine, you seconded it?
Yes.
All in favor? Unanimous? Okay,
Thank
thank you. See you guys next month. Mike, safe trip back.
Thank you, Steve. It's
Good
good to
night.
see you all again.
Yep.
Take care and good night.
Good night.
Good night. All right, Pam, any agent determinations?
There's 3 more applications.
Oh,
So, I don't know if, let me pull up the amended agenda.
I never got it.
Yeah, I never got that either.
No.
Me neither.
Well,
I think because these applications came in probably sometime yesterday. And
so yeah, you don't even have to vote to accept them tonight. I mean, the clock is ticking.
we'll just note them on the record. Just give us the numbers.
Sure, it's IWD 21-16, applicant Matthew Klassen, owner Brian Godin and Catherine Godin, location 352 West Wakefield Boulevard, install new dock, 7-foot by 30-foot ramp with a 10 by 10 float, repoint and recap existing stone seawall, and install 3 sonotubes for proposed deck.
So we're just gonna note that you read this application into the record.
Yep, and that those applications are sitting in my office.
Okay.
And so that's a phone. So the next one is IWWC 21-17, applicant Matthew Klassen, owner Greg Samard, location 404 East Wakefield Boulevard, proposal install water line from garage to house in order to get frost protection. And then finally, IWWC 2118, applicant Matthew Klassen, owner James Turek, trustee, location 536 Wheelers Point, proposal, construct new addition, transfer existing wetlands permit to new owners.
Who's the owner of that property?
James Turek, trustee.
And who was the old owner on that?
I can't tell you off the top of my head.
Is that Mancini?
No, that's not, it's not
Wasn't
Mancini.
Mancini?
Cristofaro?
Nope, keep going.
I give up. Okay, all right. Any action, agent determinations? I'm sorry.
No, no. No.
Okay.
But I do have one that I want to ask you about, a septic system that Dave Batista had given me a while ago that he's hoping that I will do an agent determination on. And it's Jim Hester's property. And Steve, I don't know if, you know, you and I can go over it. It's not near the lake.
Okay.
And I would like to do an agent determination on it.
Okay. Is there any objection to Pam and I not discussing it and just reporting back to you next month?
Fine.
Okay, Pam.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
And Steve, that was Mancini.
Was
Oh.
it? No, was it?
I just looked it up on town record.
Huh.
Okay.
Anyway.
I don't know anyone around the lake, but I was just telling you the names.
All right, good. I was just curious.
And what do they want to do?
Everything.
New addition.
New addition.
Well, they had permission. I think he had permission years back to put a kitchen on.
He did.
Yeah. All right. No use. I don't want to stay up all night talking about it. Warnings and violations, 215 West Wakefield Boulevard, Pressy.
Yep, that's just being carried forward. That's cease and desist on that one.
So it's continued.
Yeah, the next one is 348 East Wakefield Boulevard, and it was took the form of a warning.
Is anybody?
A copy of my letter to 348 East Wakefield was included in your packages.
Did everybody see the letter?
I didn't have a chance to read it.
Oh,
Okay.
I
This was the waterfront in question where there's a series, there's a lot of history behind this. Part of the history was that an abutting neighbor, and this is how it started, an abutting neighbor wanted to put a dock in the water and came before the commission a couple of years ago, I guess now. And there was a whole lot of uproar from the abutting neighbors wanting to prohibit the gentleman from putting a dock into the water. That application drew a lot of attention to that little cove. And as a result of the attention that came forth, we came to realize that a lot of the stuff that was in the water was there wrongfully, illegally, in littoral boundaries. It was all over the place. And the result of the abutting neighbor was that Mr. Daigle, who we just heard from, and the owner of 348 wound up buying the property and splitting the property and resolving that dock that the gentleman wanted. And then there were questions where the applicant at 348 received permission for a boat lift and a double jet ski lift. And last year he had a pontoon boat under the jet ski lift, which was totally illegal. And I think last summer sometime, the applicant also requested permission to do some repairs to the wall of his lakefront. And it was reported to me that the gentleman or the homeowner replaced the whole wall from one end to the other, basically. There was another situation where the homeowner replaced a wooden dock with an aluminum dock, again, without a permit. So the history of this property has been troublesome to the commission right along. And we just want to be sure that the homeowner, and that was the purpose of Pam's letter, that the homeowner is aware from the beginning that one, he has permission for a double jet ski lift, pontoon, double jet ski boat lift or lift, but not to put a pontoon boat under it or any other boat under it. It's for jet skis. And I think, whatever other issues have to come into play with regarding the permitting, putting in a complete wall without a permit will be addressed at a future time with this homeowner. So,
but it needs to be addressed, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like he just wants to do whatever he wants and deal with it afterwards.
He's been doing whatever he wants.
Yeah.
Anyway, so that's why, and again, I initiated the letter to Pam because it was brought to my attention of several of the violations. And he was aware last year because at a meeting, we had a conversation about him having a pontoon boat under his jet ski lift. And he indicated, and I'm not going to tell you why he didn't have the jet skis there. That's personal to him. But he indicated that that he used the space for his pontoon boat. Let's leave it at that. So there's a lot of issues involving that property. And, my sense is when you go to visit Mr. Daigle's property to see what he's proposing in terms of replacing his house, the violation property is just adjacent to it. It's right next door, basically. So we'll hope to resolve both, next month. Anything else, Pam, on that?
No.
Okay. Communications and businesses. fills rather. Any feedback on the catch basin schedule?
No, unfortunately, was not able to get in touch with Jim Rollins this afternoon. I know it was my fault for leaving it up to the last minute. I'll make sure to have that updated.
You know what, Russ? I'll make you look good.
What's that?
Today, I'll make you look good. Today,
Okay.
I hear noise out in front of my house, and I go outside, and there's the truck vacuuming out the catch basin in front of my house.
Well, very good. He did tell us he was moving ahead with it.
And I stopped and spoke to the gentleman doing it, two of them. I introduced myself as the homeowner and on inland wetlands. And he said that he's received instruction from Jim Rollins to go around the lake and to vacuum every catch basin on the water side of the road and do the other side afterwards. So that's where they're at.
Yeah, they're out there working on it. I see them a lot.
Yeah, well,
They're out there a lot.
they were out there today, and it happened that I left my house later on in the day, and I went to a mountain road, which is the north end of the lake, the south end of the lake, and they were further up the road doing that again. So we're moving ahead. So that was good. And Jackie and Mary Ann, anything with Highland Lake at all?
Nothing new. They're having the semi-annual road cleanup Saturday.
Okay.
So everyone is meeting at the beach at 9:00, and you can go on the website and sign up for any empty slots if you would like to participate.
Okay, thank you. Anything else before we adjourn?
Oh, this is my last meeting. I did my 3-year term.
Oh, you're gonna renew?
No.
What do you mean, no?
Did you see me for half an hour? I'm just trying to stay awake tonight.
Come on, come on. Well, you're gonna miss this.
I know. I'm sorry. I might come back. It's just real estate's just taking its toll on me. It's been so busy. I can't even tell you.
Okay, well, you've served us. You served us well. You went for training. You were truly an addition. It's too bad. It really is. But thank
I
you
might
for
come
your
back.
service.
This season is just really tough for me right now. I mean, I can't even tell you. I'll let you guys go to sleep, but it's a lot.
Okay. All right. Thank
Can
you.
you, can you take a leave of absence, a 6-month leave of absence or something?
You could be absent excused for the next couple of months.
How's that?
Yeah, you could be absent excused. I mean, you've come a long way. I mean, I'd like you to stay.
Pam, did you put them up to this?
I swear I didn't. Although I'm not sorry that they're doing
First I
it.
heard of it. I mean,
I'll think about it, but for right now, I
There
have
you
to.
go.
yeah, no, I do. But please think about it. I mean, you've put a
Yeah,
lot of
really.
time into it. It's nice to continue with it.
I think I personally think you went to the toughest stretch in probably the last 15 years, for
Definitely.
sure.
Definitely.
Oh yeah, we were doing 12 o'clock at night, and it was.
And you know what? It was every 2
11
weeks.
now.
If you're smart, you'll stay on to the next steep drawdown and leave just before it. But really, we went through a terrible stretch because of time
Right.
element, really. And you know
Right.
what? In fairness, we extended ourselves to the community. We really
Mhm.
did. And we
Absolutely.
didn't have to. We didn't have to when we did. So we did a good thing, but it was telling on everybody here. Anything else? All right, so I'm going to take that as, Christine, you're going to consider. Let's leave it at that.
Consider.
If you turn the letter in, then so be it, and God bless you, really.
No, I didn't. In fact, I thought I had a couple more months, but then I got a letter from the town manager, and I said, "Oh, here's my out quickly."
But you can disregard the letter. You're fine.
Yeah, I think that was sent in error.
Yeah, it was a mistake.
Well, we become like a family.
I thought it was a 4-year term, seriously.
I do too.
And you know what?
Yeah, it might be a
I don't wanna-
mistake.
I don't want to, put
Oh,
wood
so
on
I
the
was here 4
fire,
years.
but I received a letter like a year or two ago saying that my term was up. And when I went in to see the secretary, Lori, she said it was sent by mistake. It shouldn't have been. It's a 4-year term, not a 2-year term. So,
Mine was
whatever.
3.
I always thought it to be 4.
Oh,
Next time she's gonna tell you 6, Steve.
Oh, okay, good. No, it's not 6.
And this is the end of our Zoom meetings for now? This is the last one?
I think so. Like, you know,
Good.
I'm pretty, 80%, 90% sure.
Okay.
Is there any way to personally meet with the town manager before the next meeting so that we can, I'd like to talk to him about the wetlands agent and a couple
I can
other things.
check, just so that you folks know, he's meeting a virtual meet and greet next Tuesday evening, 5:30 to 6:30, and next Wednesday morning, 9 to 10. So if anyone's interested, just call Terry Hall, the administrative assistant for him, or email him directly. So I know that's available, and he is definitely looking to connect. He's gonna be coming to at least one commission meeting for everyone. He just
Well, that-
couldn't make tonight.
Yeah, I mean,
And I think it's likely, let him get here a little bit, but yeah, he'll definitely meet with you. He'll have-
and I think some of us that have been on longer than others, the nature of the applications that we're getting now were really challenging. They really are. Like the last one on the other side of the lake was 215 feet of property they want to put a boat with. That's what it used to be.
Yeah,
with this,
that's kinda easy.
we're really dealing with challenging environments.
Well, I knew the very first meeting I came when Rick was chair, and there was a screaming match. I knew that was going to be fun stuff.
There you go.
But that was not a normal meeting.
All right. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Motion to
Good night.
close.
Make a motion to
Right.
be adjourned.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank
Okay,
you.
guys. Good
Good
night.
night.
Good night, Pam.
Good night.
All right.